Hello, everybody, and welcome to the broadcast. Before we get started with today's games, we at WNS wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the current conflict happening in Ukraine. Now, our thoughts go out to all the players, teams, anyone on broadcast, any fans that are affected by the current global events. And with that said, we wanted to also acknowledge it today. We'll be putting all of our attention towards the games happening and hopefully help alleviate some of your concerns. So, with that said, let's hop into the show. Hello and welcome everybody to the beginning of the second circuit here at WNS. I'll be your play-by-play for the day. You can call me Kangas, and joining me for the first time ever as a caster pair, I have TJ, aka Thomas James. How's it going, TJ?
You can't call me Kangas. You gotta call me something else, because that's not my name.
Was anybody calling you Kangas already?
Well, you opened it by telling them that they could call you Kangas.
Yes.
And that seems really good for you. I don't want to step on your whole thing over there.
That. I appreciate that,
but I also want
TJ.
to draw like a clear delineation over here. Don't call me Kangas.
Okay, now that we've gotten that out of the way, make sure you do not call Thomas James Kangas. But let's start talking about the day ahead of us, TJ, because of course we do have the second circuit now. We are in the first qualifier of the second circuit, so 4 teams today will be joining the teams already auto-qualified for that second major. But before we get too far into the show, we wanted to test ourselves, because already from this intro, I can tell that our synergy's a little off, TJ. We got to work on this, so we're going to play a little game together. You have defense?
You were laying something out. I was making sure that everything was clear. That's the play-by-play color dynamic.
Okay.
We're in sync right now.
Maybe that was a misread on my part. Either way, then, this is going to be an important exercise for the two of us to do. So, production has actually given us a couple of categories that we're going to have to go over together, okay? So, this is a variation of a game called Say the Same Thing. We're going to see if me and TJ at least agree on a couple of Wild Rift topics. TJ, are you ready?
Sure.
All right, first up. Who in Wild Rift is the best tank champion? We have 3 seconds.
Easy.
And I'm going to say 3, 2, 1, and then we're both going to say the first champ that comes to mind. 3, 2, 1. Garen. Oh, look at that! We agree on
just
one!
Mathematically true. There's no...
You can look at literally the stats, and it does speak. But also, I think when you look at a lot of the global Wild Rift scene, I still think that Garen support is one of like the scariest picks that you can possibly go
Absolutely.
for. So, I like it. Okay, that's not too bad, TJ. First one's good. Next up, what is the best support champion?
Oh, easy.
Ooh, all right. 3, 2, 1. Garen. Wait a minute. We're too good at this. We're too clean, TJ. We can't. There's no way we can agree on this much about Wild Rift.
Sure. I think if you don't think that Garen is the #1 support right now, then you haven't been watching international play.
All right, fair enough. Let's see if the North American teams have been. We got time for one more, though. This is the real tester. Who's the best team in North America?
Easy.
3, 2, 1. Family. You didn't say anything, TJ.
Well,
you didn't say
I was
anything.
going to, and then I heard an F come out of your mouth. That doesn't seem right.
Were you going to say Immortals? Were you actually going to say the team that's, like, sweeping everybody right now?
Because it was the team that won. And the way it works is when you win the tournament, then you're the #1 team. So it was going to be Immortals.
But we're not going to watch them today, TJ. All right. But yeah, I mean, objectively, yes, it is, in fact, Immortals. But let's take a look at the teams that we will actually see today, because we do have 4 different groups, 3 teams in each group, which means everybody will be awarded a bye. Look at that family! Already at the top there, because they will have the first bye of the day for themselves. Cloud9 topping the second group. And now let's take a look at groups C and D coming up after that, because already there, we do see 2 of the teams that were present and made pretty deep runs in that first major. But TJ, talk to me about Group C and D.
I think the big standout team here is 16-bit Genesis. We do have some other teams. Team Yawn has been renamed to Sleeping on Us, and you may recognize Demons as the team known as NVH. But otherwise, I think the big standout for me is 16-bit Genesis, who did play on our first qualifier, because they actually ran the Garen composition. They actually ran tank frontline with both the Ziggs and Varus behind it, and they won that game pretty dominantly. That was versus Reflexion. and then they lost that series because they never ran that composition again. But here's to hoping. I know that sometimes it takes a moment for teams to work out what worked, what went wrong in a tournament. They went back home, they did the VOD review, and they're going to deliver me my dream composition yet again.
TJ, you can dream. You can absolutely dream. But let's take a look at the first team that we'll have
every day
on the broadcast today. We'll catch one best of series across 3 of the groups for the day's games. And we're starting off with Demons versus BYG all the way in Group D. Again, Demons, this is a roster that we've actually seen some of these players before. Sumayo is actually Jotu from Jotu is Cuter, if anybody remembers that roster back from summer of last year. So Jotu had a pretty flashy performance in that last summer appearance, but then since has kind of jumped around a couple of different rosters. But their opposition, TJ, on the Rift today will be BYG.
Yeah, I'm excited to see BYG take to the Rift as well. And the most important part of this match so far for me is that I haven't got a whole lot of experience with either of these teams.
Exactly.
You mentioned, of course, that the Demons roster did play previously, and I dug through some VODs, did find some of their performances, but they have not been players that I've seen personally, so I'm really excited to get the return of some players in this new season where I think North America's playing a lot better, and the first appearance of others.
And a reminder that 4 teams have already auto-qualified for the second major, those being Immortals, Enemy, Sentinels, and Tribe. So none of those teams will be present here. The top 4 teams in North America from that first major will not be present in these qualifiers going for the second major. And that means that we get to see a lot of new faces. So this will hopefully be the trend continuing forward. Still so young in the esports scene here for Wild Rift that we do get teams coming in with new players every single event, every single tournament, and then we can learn about them together. But speaking of learning, TJ, I want you to teach me some stuff right now, because I know that you're a color caster, you're the big brain, and you also have had a lot of experience casting over in Southeast Asia, going into the Horizon Cup, but now you're here with us in North America. So from your perspective, with your international experience and now your domestic experience, how do we stack up here as we start getting into pick and ban?
Well, what I've been saying for a while on a couple of podcasts, a couple of different shows, is that I think North America mechanically is just as good as any other region. I think North America actually has some really strong mechanical players that go pretty deep into our scene. I think where North America has historically fallen short is organization and macro play. And I think the pace at which we play and the ability that we have to sacrifice parts of our map for a coherent win condition are the big things that I'm seeing improvement in this season. I was telling Leonard, who is broadcasting in Southeast Asia this season, Omo, who's on the WCS broadcast, I was like, I think North America might be really good this season or next season. We're capable of producing a team that's going to compete internationally. And he laughed in my face. Let me tell you that. He laughed.
Rude.
So I need everyone here to prove me wrong, right? Wrong over the next season.
Prove the SEA casters wrong, because you've turned coat, you've joined us, TJ. But let's catch up on what we've learned about these teams so far. Focus on a lot of early game champions from both of them. The bands actually hitting all of your favorite champions there, TJ, with Camille, Set, Jace banned away, and then an early Renekton locked in for Demons. BYG opting for the Olaf and the Lee Sin on top of each other.
Yeah, I don't mind the Renekton start, especially Renekton Kha'Zix works very well together. This is a composition that's in search of a Varus right now, a couple of more tanks than a Varus or some other backline carries. You could also operate an Orianna behind what DMM have drafted so far. Over on the BYG side, the fact that they start with a Lee Sin and an Olaf implies that they want to get in melee range, so they're kind of also looking for supportive characters like that Orianna that can enable Olaf and Lee Sin to get in there and survive.
Ooh, but they're tripling down on frontline right now with that Gragas lock-in as well. So not a lot of targets for this Kha'Zix currently, but we see the Corki is the lock-in for Demon as well.
Yeah, I don't like Corki. I feel like I've been pretty clear about that.
We've been over this, yeah.
However, North American teams will pick him basically whenever I say, this should be a Varus. They pick a Corki, because Corki does have really long range, and he functions a little bit more on his own in teamfights. He has enough mobility. You can put Corki in the middle of the teamfight, and he can take care of himself, as opposed to Varus, who does need that added protection, that added bit of team play. The reason I called for a Varus with this draft is because Renekton is actually very, very good at setting up for that protection. He does have those on-demand stuns. That's also going to function for the Corki, also going to be able to protect the Corki in this team fight.
And also I find that Varus just has a little more punch to him than the Corki does,
Yep.
who needs to have a couple of rockets go out before the match is the same. But regardless, this is what they opted for, now banning away Senna, and there's that Yasuo ban as well. If you were catching up on the last major and seeing those games played, you would know that Yasuo became very contested in the grand finals, and it does pair with the Gragas, so I understand maybe some of the concern here from Demon.
It's a good ban if you're trying to disrupt BYG. I don't particularly like Yasuo. I wanted to touch on something we were talking about earlier, though, which is that this Lee Sin, this Olaf require support and supportive kind of characters. I'm going to say that Gragas actually fulfills that role, as does the Morgana, because they both provide the kind of engage with the explosive cask, with the dark binding, that will set up easy targets for Lee Sin and Olaf. With incredibly high DPS if they can get in melee range. They've just drafted two tools in the Gragas and the Morgana that can get those characters into range.
And the Black Shield for Lee Sin plus the Ragnarok of Olaf with 1 CC so far on Demon, so this Renekton's job can be very difficult to begin with. Like, peeling for the Corki, peeling for the Kai'Sa can be difficult. And the Kai'Sa, typically I see her locked in with kind of go-forward compositions. We have a bunch of champions that will want to dive a backline, CC them, and then Kai'Sa can reposition in the fight. And they do at least pair another engage option with that as they lock into Rakan.
Yeah, this is a hard composition for both the Kai'Sa and the Corki to operate in, because they don't really have a whole lot of protection. They don't really have a whole lot of frontline. It's kind of only the Renekton tank. So they're going to really struggle to stay alive if engage reaches them. But they are also both AD carries picked because they have the kit in their own toolset to stay alive. They have the extra mobility to survive and kite for a little bit, but they're going to be on their own. It's going to be very much just a mechanics check coming into these team fights.
And now with an Assassin of the Zed locked in too, it's going to be very difficult. Like, eyes will definitely be on Griff and Sumayo to see how they position in these fights and how they're able to keep themselves alive, because there's so many threats going after them.
Yeah, and Dark Binding plus Zed is, like, obnoxious. This is, if you're watching a whole lot of Chinese Wild Rift right now, you'll see Zed very consistently. They think he's one of the best characters in the game. They will pick or ban him. And I think they are right, because Zed's single target is unparalleled. He basically mandates Zhonya's in a game where I think you shouldn't be building Zhonya's. You're looking to put other things in those boots enchantments, but right now you need Zhonya's. If you're playing either Kai'Sa or Corki, you're going to be instantly the target of that Zed in these fights.
So eyes will definitely be on Zed throughout this game one here of the first qualifier for the second major circuit. Crazy how fast we're already going. We're through the first major. We're now underway for teams that are looking to get into that second one. And then once you know it, the season's going to be closing out right around the corner. But here we still have some action ahead of us. Eyes on the Zed, like I had said before. So what does the Zed need to do to get out of this lane? Is this already advantageous for him? Because from my imagination, you don't want a ranged matchup.
Yeah, so this is a bit of a nightmare for early Zed, because he's just going to get bullied in the opening levels by Corki. However, if he can get some assistance from an early game engagement gank-heavy jungler like, say, Lee Sin, then he's off to the races. The big thing we need to see is Sultani get into lane with Impact versus Sumayo and take him out, get early gold onto the Zed in the first 3 levels. And if we see first 3 minutes, that kind of engage, where there's gold onto the Zed, where the Zed has an early lead heading into the first dragon fight, this game's over.
And even though the Corki will go for some kind of package play, most likely, we'll be behind in gold. And just like you said, very early we see the gank. That's Flash and Exhaust out of Sumayo.
That's what you can do on Lee Sin. Lee Sin is the kind of character that can gank at level 3, and in fact has more damage than almost any other character at level 3, so you should be playing this kind of proactive.
Interesting here. Yenna and Sultani testing over the Scuttle right now. The Dark Binding lands, engaged from Scrooge, and Impact's joining in. Don't hard commit for it, it was just for the Scuttle. Yeah,
you can't fight if you're demons right here, because there's so much early game power between the Lee Sin and the Morgana and the Gragas, all of which have tremendous advantages in the early game. For Lee Sin, that's his engage and his early damage stats. Oh my.
1v1 in the Baron lane, and Barcode's just gonna take it. Lives too. The Dominus popped. Nicely done from Renekton.
But Sultani's hunting.
Yeah, that's not going to survive for very long here. Does not give over the assist gold. Will just die to the turret.
I don't know how that happened, but incredibly hard engaged by the Barkhead in the top lane. But this should be a pause period, right? Because you're waiting on the Corki, you're waiting on the Kai'Sa to come online. So the big goal here is for Yina to power farm and to show up in lane around the time of first dragon. That's around 5 to 10 minute mark is where this composition activates. Because once the Kai'Sa has early game opportunities alongside a Kha'Zix, they can find individual picks in 2v2s and 3v3s.
And a lot of that will come down to Renekton finding that flank, getting that stun, or that way, going for the big engage. But of course, with all the anti-CC from the Black Shield and the Ragnarok, still not going to be an easy task for Demon. Feels good to have that early gold lead, but their work is just starting off here, because I don't know necessarily if they're even favored going into these objective fights as they're coming up here in about 45 seconds.
Yeah, if I'm Demon, I trade here. I don't try and fight into Morgana, Gragas, Lee Sin in the early game, and especially because BYG seems to be favoring the Dragon right now. I let them have Dragon and go for the Rift Herald. Rift Herald would be a tremendous advantage to them given the early game gold boost. Both these teams, I think, should be prioritizing Rift Herald because they have these mid-game power spikes with the Zed and the Morgana facing off against a Corki and a Kai'Sa.
And also, if you get the Herald here for DMN, they can just try and drop that top side, really get this Renekton rolling after he already got that solo kill, still up a little bit of gold over Cloud. And then you can just start to snowball that into something much bigger. Resets come through for the side of BYG, everybody's together. And now lane swapping too. Cloud's going to the Dragon lane, everybody's positioning for the Herald.
Yeah, really good resets. This is something North America's gotten a lot better at. Everyone back in time for the fight. And here we go, a gank attempt in mid.
Barcode over the wall. Can jump for it. Oh, the ward spots them out.
They don't want Gragas. They needed the Morgana to step forward into them there because they weren't going to engage onto the tank, onto the support with disengage tools. Really good shot calling from Demon.
And now they've bought time for Sumayo to show up with the package. Quirky package will be available, and Cloud's all the way down here. They go for the steal. Explosive cast to knock them away, but a little mistimed. Sultani does not secure the smite steal, and that is a member down, an objective down. No OO could be in trouble. Sumayo does not land all the damage necessary for the kill, and now Impact trying to 1v1 Yena here. Has a lot of damage as the Zed, still full health bar, gets it with the Ignite, and now could be in trouble though.
That's
Trades
huge.
one back. Griff ults in, another kill picked up for DMN.
This is massive for Demon. Not only do they get the early Rift Herald, but they also get the key kill, shutting down the early game tyranny of Sultani. He's not going to be able to deliver early game Lee Sin damage as you should during these opening 10 minutes. This is kind of the end of the road now. And they shut down Impact. Sure, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but anytime you're trading positively onto Sumayo, negatively onto Impact, you're winning. You cannot let the Zed build an advantage over your damage dealers.
And Corki now with a completed item here. Actually, yeah, a little bit ahead of gold. The one thing for BYG as they start up the Dragon here is they did get that Dragon lane turret. So nice of Cloud to actually secure that. Engage comes through from that way. Bold move, but the rest of the team are coming through. Smite secure for Sultani. BYG do get the Dragon. Can Sultani get out? Does escape.
This is a losing fight for Demon, though. I would have vastly preferred they use the Rift Herald and guarantee the take on the mid turret. Yeah. Instead, they're going to have to fight for it. I do expect that Rift Herald to be summoned now.
Now we have a 1v1 here. Oh, Cloud pops the Ragnarok, gets flashed out of Barcode, flashes forward, getting these axes, chaining them together, and finds the kill. Nicely done in the 1v1. Now Yena drops the Herald mid lane, diving the turret. Sultani goes down.
But because they wait, they're going to lose top turret in trade. Impact was working on this top turret the entire time.
Oh, Sumayo does punish. Finds the kill, but you're right. Still objective picked up. Gold basically dead even between these teams.
I think that was an opportunity for Demon to build an advantage, and they lost it because they didn't. They fought for the Dragon instead of deploying their advantage in the Rift Herald. If they had gone through the mid lane, they would have forced a response, denied the opportunity to free farm top lane and bottom lane. They got that even trade for BYG.
Yeah, definitely things that focus around the global pressure Herald brings. you can play with that. You can actually make some plays. But at least Sumayo is 3-0 on the Corki. If we're looking at positives for the team, that is the positive I'm seeing right now, because this is the member that we really want to be putting out that DPS.
Really good sign that they get the kills onto Sumayo. Even better sign that those kills from Sumayo went onto Impact. Impact now 1 and 2. That's devastating for the Zed. If he stays behind, he won't be able to one-shot the key carries over on Demon. And if he can't one-shot the Kai'Sa and the Corki, then they will lose.
Just taking a moment here to analyze the map currently. It feels like we're grouping for a fight, as BYG actually had multiple members together, but they didn't commit. There's really nothing to fight over. That's kind of why I was taking a pause there, as the Herald will be spawning relatively shortly. If we see people group, that's where it's going. Do resets happen? Do teams actually start position for this? Because as of right now, there's really not a lot of priority for vision on that side of the map.
Yeah, and we're seeing a really good play around that lack of vision, around the current tempo of the game. When you're in a game state like this where there isn't a whole lot of fighting, there are no objectives to go for, you should be doing exactly what BYG and Demon are doing right now, which is get your carries that you want to see get very big into the side lanes and give them free farm, while the members of your team that you need to protect sit in the middle of the map or protect it. So that Kai'Sa is getting kind of escorted to farm in the middle of the map, and on the opposite side that's going to be Owo narrowly escaping a Rakana engage, but they've also got that protection, and the Zed was in the side lanes. Impact now returning from that side lane to fight for Rift Herald.
We're ready for the fight here. Everybody coming in. Currently, BYG have more members, and they're going to try and take advantage of that. A lot of damage thrown out here, but now Sumayo's joined in with a package across the backline. Sumayo with a reposition. Massive damage as this Corki saving the play for the rest of the team, as Yenna still survives through all of it as well. Now comes Quad, Ragnaroking in. Sound the battle horns. He'll find one. Almost gets another, but Barcode can chase him down and find this one. That was a hero play from Cloud. That was almost disaster for DMN.
Yeah, he gets in there. That's the real problem with Olaf, is that he doesn't have engage tools, but if he's in melee range, particularly at this mid-game, it's devastating. Let's start here, though, because this was an incredible Corki package. Sumayo laying this strip of burn damage across the entire team fight and forcing repositioning where? Into the area he controlled so he could free fire. Then you get that flash engage from the Olaf. Cloud finds 2 kills, and it's a massive turnaround. It stops the instant take of the Rift Herald.
Currently on the state of the games, though, BYG just found a pick in the side lane. Barcode has stuck around for a little too long, so this will give time for Dragon Take.
They need to stop Infernal, though, and they can't. So this is not only an even trade, this is an advantageous trade for Demon. Infernal is such a good Drake for late-game team fighting, and they're building a team that really benefits from it.
Herald taken, but look at Cloud, just 1v3 fighting. Oh! Not quite accurate on the selection right there. I think had the damage to kill Yenna, but just not quite. Oh, Impact,
really
though.
Good Rift Herald.
Will answer one.
Really good Rift Herald, though, from BYG. They recognize, sure, Demon didn't lose too many players, but they're all having to reset. That means there cannot be the players on the field to contest this mid-turret drop. And they summon the Rift Herald, get a turret from it.
Nicely done from BYG, getting a trade of kills, more objectives. All outer turrets have been cracked. Meanwhile, DMN, they've only taken that outer mid-turret and have yet to put a lot of substantial damage into either of the side lanes.
Yeah, and Demon, that's partially due to their composition and partially due to the way they're playing their composition. A big part of it is that they have 2 carries, and anytime you see a team composition operate like this through Corki and Kai'Sa, it's characters that don't operate on their own in 1v1s as well, so they want to be near a Renekton, a Rakan, that can stun people up when they try and target the Corki and the Kai'Sa. So they're not going to be able to operate across the map, but they are going to have advantages in 5v5s, in team fights, where they have that support.
And that'll also then come down to how the Corki positions with a package. We've seen in North America, especially in the last major, Corki was so impactful in the meta, in North America specifically, because people will just play around the package timer. They'll just do this game right now where they're farming out, trying to not die, trying to not fight. As I say it, Barcode almost gets picked again. But the goal is just slow the game down until you can group for that next dragon, that next Baron, whatever the team fight will be that Corki can throw out that package.
And so one of the avenues that BYG can and should play through, okay.
Nice pick here from BYG. Sultani with the kick. And that's a kill. That's Griff down. That's a lot of the DPS here as Yen looks to re-engage right now into Cloud. Pops a Ragnarok, says, all right, I'm down to scrap it out. My team's here. Oh, but he does burn down. Must have been Red Buff getting the kill right there.
So this is one of the angles that BYG can play. Sure, they're at a disadvantage in the team fight, but you can put Zed in the side lanes and have him farm. Same for Lee Sin, same for Morgana, because even though Morgana, for instance, has lower mobility, all those characters have tools to escape if they're pressured. For the Morgana, if she lands a Dark Binding, she can walk away from anyone. I don't think you'd go in on that.
I mean, I think that there was an angle to get him, but yeah, they let him get away.
For a Zed, he has like 5 dashes. He can always escape. So they should be finding gold in the side lanes and forcing Demon, a team that wants to stay together and teamfight, to spread out. And anytime they can force Demon to spread out, like we saw just there, they can find those isolated members and just detonate them with Zed damage.
So with 2 options ahead of them, either Zed or Olaf in that side lane, right now BYG are sending Olaf into that Baron lane right now. Try and provide pressure. Dragon's coming up in about 40 seconds time. So if they draw members of DMN up to answer this wave, suddenly, boom, BYG can pull that trigger, go for the objective.
Yeah, and look at Impact playing the weak side of the map during this time. So you have 4 players up on the top side, the 5th is Impact down bottom, just farming. If you remember, he was at a deficit in lane. He was behind in gold. That's changed. He's now ahead in gold because of this play.
What could be oversaying right now? You talked about the safety of a Zed, but how about the burst potential of a Renekton plus Kha'Zix combo? They just blow him up.
Gets too frisky. He sees the Renekton in the bush and he tries to fight it 1v1.
That's a package from Sumayo. Now in a 1v1 scenario, but has the backup.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, nicely answered here from DMN.
So twice, Demon leveraged the opposite effect. They say, we can tag team into these fights. If your players are split out, we'll bring 2-3 players to fight your isolated ones.
And BYG were not able to get anything off the map for it.
Steal
now it's a
potential.
3v5 on the Baron. Over the wall, watch for Sultani. If the Lee Sin can find something, in the pick goes, oh no, and gets damaged down. Scrooge and Sultani very low in health. GA pops. Scrooge just a sliver of a health bar right there. As Yana does pick up a kill on the back end. Sumayo just straight up pushing back 2 members of BYG right here, but
Impact.
That is at least Baron stopped. Impact can look for more. That's a ward down.
You can get
Sumayo, Death Mark used. How much damage can he land right now? That's a big Death Mark! And Impact finds the kill.
A little bit over-aggressive from Sumayo. That's the kind of kill Impact wants to be finding. A 1v1 against the enemy team's carry. And it does give some hope to BYG after a disastrous series of map events where Demon forced fair fights where they could bring 2-3 players in against solo split pushers from BYG.
It was a nice attempt initially from BYG. They were doing what you were saying, put pressure in side lanes. But the problem is, if you step too far forward and you get punished from the engage option that DMN do actually have, then there's always the threat of getting picked off. But now with gold still relatively even and, you know, that Baron deterred, they can at least say, okay, the game is salvageable.
It takes tremendous discipline to execute a playstyle like that, because you need to be comfortable walking away from gold, walking away from fights. You need to be comfortable losing massive amounts of side lane gold in some cases in order to win the game.
Speaking of side lane, Impact now put into that Baron lane. That way in Yan tried to go for an engage, but now they're getting hunted themselves. That way Azrakhan is kind of slippery. Nice explosive cask. Flash away from that way. So that's the engage tool here for DMN off the table.
And the ultimate for that way, as long as alongside the flash burns. So a tremendous amount down for the next couple of moments, and BYG could try to force a fight off the back of that. You can see them using those Zed clones to scout. So they'll throw the Zed abilities over the wall as kind of a secondary ward to see what's on the other side.
In moments like this, I like seeing Morgana in the river, in the brushes, looking for those dark bindings. ONO is actually pushing the wave instead. Either way, BYG do still get the priority on that push.
Yeah.
Now group up in the river.
It's hard for them because their teamfight carry is Morgana. Like, she needs to be the sustained source of damage for the team. And current Morgana can do this, but I think she's not really online until she completes Rabadon's, which is going to be her third and a half item here.
Yeah, opted for a little bit of that heal cut with the Oblivion Orb. As you see also the threat of that Dark Binding, you can just push out Yenna, push out that way. They're squishy members. So if you're catching these members face checking, that's where a lot of the strength from BYG is. Currently, they still have that scuttle, but it just expires. This is a short window where DMN can actually get some vision priority here.
The big carry over on Demon is this Corki. Sumayo needs to be protected in these team fights, needs to deliver big damage in these team fights. He is the entire team composition, basically, at this point. They do have Griff. Griff's going to do decent damage, but if Sumayo goes down early, they don't have the Corki sustained damage, and they don't have an advantage in 5v5s.
When they might be getting picked off right here. Sumayo has the package, though. BYG, they cannot overextend as they try and hard commit onto this Barco top lane right now. The engage from that way. Sumayo goes in with the package. Big damage used as explosive cast is thrown out, but it's a kill. Picked up first by DMN. Make it 2 under the turret. Soltini and Impact are down. That's the Assassins. It comes down to the Morgana. Watch Oonoo. Can the Morgana actually do the damage necessary? Popped by the Rockets. And now the rest of DMN dive the turret for even more. Double kill to Cloud. But the team fight win to DMN.
They get an ideal 5v5 in the top lane. The package just absolutely isolating members of BYG. And then in comes the sweeping crew. Sumayo the janitor that cleans up this game number 1.
He's putting in the work right now, sweeping away BYG in the team fights just like we knew he had to. His composition needs this Corki to be online in these big 5v5s. And DMN finding the right 5v5 in that moment, they will get themselves the first inhibitor.
They get the first inhib, and I like this call. You might be like, what in the end? Well, there's no real upside to them ending. They're a composition that has the advantage and will continue to have the advantage for now. So they would rather take 5v5 fights around Baron, around Elder, where BYG will be forced to fight, and they will have the advantage again. They love those 5v5 fights out in the open, and they're going to suck underneath the Nexus turret. That's a negative fight. That's a 60-40 fight. So why would you take that when you can instead take the advantaged fight here around the Elder?
You can also just wait this out. I mean, they're hard committing to the Dragon right now. Let's see if BYG can get in here. Super's still pushing the top way, but now the fight's breaking out. That way, going for the engage. We're on the Dragon. First kill, a Rampage for Sumayo. Goes into the Guardian Angel, but BYG over the wall. Sultini and Cloud find a kill. Now they're looking for more. Sumayo's got no more frontline, but he's doing the damage. The double kill from the Corki. He'll go down! Cloud gets the kill. Griff is still up, though. Watch for the DPS. Barcode takes the Dragon, secures it for the team. The hero play, but BYG, they still have health bars, but not enough! That's the fight win for Demon, and that should be game.
The team fight composition comes out on top for Demon in the game-deciding team fight, and they're going to march in with these super minions, and yes, end game number 1.
Nicely done from Demon. 4 turrets to 3. They got 3 dragons to 1. They'll take game number 1. Off of executing on their composition well, constantly winning those late-game team fights. Pretty solid look for the team coming in.
It's what they needed to deliver. With a draft like that, they needed to show up in team fights and out-team fight. Deliver the mechanical outplays and the communication outplays that earned them an advantage, and they did to the tune of about 10,000 gold.
Absolutely dominant performance from Sumayo in particular. The Corki in that mid lane. I also want to give props to that way. Dying once as the Rakan actually did build full tank right there. But still, Rakan's one of those dangerous champions where sometimes you go in and you don't come back out. And the damage grab from Sumayo.
Look, Corki's not my favorite pick. But if you land packages like he does, if you cut through the entire team with that big package ultimate, you will never lose a team fight ever. And if you couple that with incredible teamfight movement like he had, really good spacing on those auto attacks just weaving through the fight, well, you've got a star player, and I think we should name him star player.
I absolutely agree. Even in pick ban, you had identified this, TJ, that pressure will be on Corki. And in the moments delivering on those high-pressure situations, this is a mark of a impressive player, to say the least. Kicking off a win here to start off their best of 3. They do still have more games ahead of them, of course. But, I mean, not too bad as as an initial showing here for a team that, again, we don't have too much information about. With the top 4 teams in North America already auto-qualified for the second major, this is the chance for players to make their mark here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking for new teams to add to the list, right? We have Reflexion, who aren't playing in this qualifier, but are hopefully going to play in future qualifiers. And we have them as like this new addition, this scary new team on the block. We have 16-bit Genesis climbing, scrapping towards that top 4. And with like Cloud9 down here, knocked out of top 4 by Enemy, it's very obvious that teams that qualify through these second qualifiers can still become threats, much like Enemy did between the first and second qualifier of the major we had.
Yeah, and of course a reminder that Cloud9 not only lost to Enemy in the upper bracket, but Family in the lower bracket. So that's what actually knocked them out. They will have a chance to go up against Family later on in probably day 2 here, as they are not in the same
grudge
group, obviously,
match
for day 1. The grudge match. We'll be building up for that one later. But for right now, I still think good looks overall for DMN. When we were talking about positives of the North American region, one of the things you cited, TJ, was mechanical players. And I think for both sides, we saw that demonstrated.
Yeah, like both these compositions were built on, hey, what if our players are better than you? And the difference was BYG had to, because of the nature of both these compositions, play through the sidelines and actually play through their ability to not take fights. And we saw them manage that for a pretty impressive amount of time in the mid-game. You can see on the gold graph earlier, there's like a dip in the middle of the game where briefly BYG got the gold advantage because they were playing through putting their Zed in the sideline, putting the Olaf on the opposite side of the map, playing around that map pressure, which is actually very impressive to me. That speaks very well for the future of this series. I think BYG absolutely can come back in game number 2. But you could also see that they had the North America problem, where they couldn't turn down the fight. Where they looked at a Renekton in the bush and he goes, I'll fight that. Let's go.
Let's go every time. Every time they saw each other, they were scrapping. And they also had, from the side of BYG, really smart first Herald reset. We saw them get to the objective first, and even in the kind of
both
mid-game.
teams had good resets.
Both, yeah. And then towards that mid-game, the side lane pressure from BYG, like you could tell that they were going for it. It's just rough that they got picked off.
Can I shout out one of the numbers? Our star player is Sumayo. Congratulations on your golden star. I want to shout out one of the numbers here, 67% kill participation, because I'm making this composition out to be a skill check composition, and it is. Whenever you draft a Corki, you are basically just betting that your Corki player is going to be able to dance through the team fights and deliver big damage for your team. Fine. The 67% kill participation is high enough that they get credit for also making sure that they fight in team fights, that this game is decided by the Corki being in the team fights, and they're trying to avoid fights where they don't have the Corki. And that to me is a very good sign, because it says to me that both teams understood how they had to win this game.
And the vast majority of the kills he was not present in were those sideline picks that we saw coming through, because BYG were trying to put that cross-map pressure. But like you said, difficult to execute that kind of composition. It's still possible. I mean, the side lane pressure style, where you push in a wave, back off before they can collapse on top of you, and then get things across the map while you're running your opponents around, it requires that reservation, that ability to say, no, I will walk away from this juicy-looking minion wave, because we do not have vision on them currently, we do not know where they are, and they could be in that brush ready to jump on.
He actually, during the early game, they had a Corki who they knew was their key carry, and they did the same thing. They put Sumaya up in the top lane while the rest of the team scrapped around the dragon for vision. And we actually, I think, kind of saw the game decided in that moment, because we got the 1v1. Impact was up there in the top lane on Zed, and they lost, if you remember. And I think that might just have been the game decided by the mechanics check in the top lane, because those are the two carries that have to make it happen. And Impact brought back the game, did have the potential to win through sideline, but they were always going to have to teamfight a team-fighting composition with a Corki that was doing big damage, because he lost that 1v1 in the sideline. So Sumaya deserves the star player. They did an incredible job playing the key character. Especially
a reminder that Sumaya got ganked very early on in that game. Had to blow Flash and Barrier, or Flash and Exhaust super early on, because Sultani's identified what you had already predicted. look for that gank commit, try and get the Zed off the ground, get Zed rolling, but instead of that, the gank didn't work, and they weren't able to punish the summonerless Corki after that, and then, like we saw, Corki got 3 of the kills in the first, 4 minutes of that game when those scraps were coming in, and that got Sumai off the ground. So when I'm looking at a pick and ban for game number 2, as the teams are preparing for that one, I don't necessarily know if BYG are that pressured or should be that, intimidated by the Corki alone. It did feel like there were windows where they could shut down the Corki. They just weren't able to when they presented themselves, and unfortunately the Corki was getting all the kills.
Oh yeah. But I want to take a moment.
Okay.
If you're playing Nunu in my solo queue games, you should be playing Lee Sin. And I'll explain why. Because everyone in North America who's playing Lee Sin in my solo queue games is just turbo farming. That's wrong. The way you play it in competitive, the way that pro players have always played it, is you clear enough to hit level 3, and then you gank, you gank, you gank, you gank, you gank, you never leave lanes. You farm enemy champions. And that's what Nunu players do, except that champion sucks, so they suck. Anyway, make an intelligent point.
Well, that was like a big spiel there. I didn't expect it to go that deep. If you are a new player in TJ Solo Queue games, first of all,
stop.
Don't take it personally. I suppose.
Take it personally.
No,
I reported
I'm trying
you.
to save you right now, TJ.
No, I reported you after the game.
All right. Well,
I have special powers, so I'm gonna get you banned.
Ah.
It's not true. Nobody listens to me.
I listen to you, TJ. I just want that to be said. I got your back, but I will not go at our viewers if they do enjoy Nunu Jungle. I do draw that line. But of course, we are to game 2 now. Pick and ban is ready and underway. BYG have now swapped over to the blue side, and DMN are on the red side. Other than that, bans relatively similar, except we do see the Olaf and the Corki coming through. Big picks like that set, like that Jace, are available.
Yeah, the Jason set being available are big flags for me. Set, I don't think he is as powerful. Both Jason set got tapped. I think Jace is still very, very good. I think Set's still very good. So I do expect them to be the 1-2, and there we go. Demon did prefer to draft relatively tanky in the top side last time, so this, I assume, is going back to barcode, or if we pronounce his name how it is written when it is not in the default font.
I will always request for players to please change your IGN to something that is cool to yell in a team fight. And now that I say that,
yell that in a team
you know what? Now that I realize it would be kind of fun to say. All right, I'll consider it. But you gotta earn it.
This
you gotta
game,
actually
just
do
try it
cool.
on this game, Steve, and then afterwards you can change it for this game.
It's not on me, TJ. It's on Lee.
Well, no, that's his name in game. It's just the font makes it look like it's barcode. But you could shout "le" because you're just reading it correctly.
Is that actually just all L's and I's? Wow, it really is.
Yeah.
From my screen right now, it looks like there's a couple J's in there. It's just like weird, a couple U's. Everything's kind of connected. Regardless,
you could just use that. I need you to yell "le" in team fights this game.
All right,
just try it on.
Give it a go. We're gonna give it a try,
just
for the gamer that has the name. The Lee Sin locked in along with that set, and the answer. BYG actually jumping on that Renekton and Rakan comp.
I don't think Renekton is super good into set, nor Rakan. I think both you want something like a Morgana that has range-stopping power. I really like Brand, for instance, if you wanted to give impact to power pick here. We don't see any of that. Instead, the Rakan is going to have CC in the Charm to kind of slow down the engage. The Renekton, I think, straight up just loses that lane matchup. So, overall, not a huge fan of the BYG draft so far, but they are sticking with power picks.
Right? It could be a takeaway, because that way had an insane Rakan performance in that last game, finding a lot of really cool engages, surviving pretty much all of them. So sometimes in a best of series, you say, all right, we're just going to take this away from the player that's feeling hot on it because we didn't have time or room for bans initially. And now they can actually focus more support bans here. Alistair taken away. They might look for another one.
I also don't like this Renekton draft because it does mean that we know it isn't Jace top, and Jace top is actually alright into set. So we're not going to see that this Jace either jungle or mid. I think mid.
Well,
I would want it to be mid.
Matchup. I mean, we do see Renektons flex into the mid lane occasionally if they have the right matchup. And guess who's not banned? Yasuo. EJ,
I thought you were saying Jace mid. No, you mean Renekton mid.
Renekton mid, yes.
That's a thing they do in China where they're cool. I don't think we're cool enough here in North America.
We saw that at the Major. Come on, we just saw it in North America last weekend.
It wasn't cool.
Wow.
Morgana coming through here does have an answer to the stopping power. Like I was mentioning, this is very good versus characters like Set and Renekton. You can throw out the Morgana Dark Binding and just stop engage. And this is a new power pick. You're going to be seeing a lot more Riven. So keep that excited smile on your face. She was already good. She was already in pro meta in various Asian regions. Korea, for instance, thinks she's very good. But she got made a little bit more powerful recently. She got her regeneration tapped. She's now like an early game terror and a late game terror. And we're going to see a lot more of her.
Because it's locked in, now we can assume that is Set Morgana in the bottom lane. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that that's most likely the Riven and Baron, Lee Sin in the jungle. And they're holding that mid lane counter pick to the very end here. Orianna's locked in for BYG, so now DMN with that information. Let's see what they want to lock in. But BYG still need... oh, okay, no, never mind. It's going to be the Orianna in the Dragon lane and the J4 locked
in. Which means we do have a double mage bottom lane. RIP to AD carries.
Yeah.
It's rough out there.
And now is that Jace mid then? Or is it J4
so. Mid Jace.
Renekton mid? They still can kind of move things around here. It's just interesting.
Yeah. Ooh, Fizz. Okay. That's rough for Jace if it's Jace mid. I would want to make a swap.
True. Yeah, they could just go for the Jace top lane, the Renekton in that mid lane. They still have a lot of flexibility from BYG's side, and a little bit of combo with that J4 Orianna Rakan. So if they find somebody, if they find those team fights, they do actually have a lot of tools to just have this like big burst of upfront damage, big engage. But there's still a lot of peel potential here from DMN. Like Set, tough to engage onto. Morgana with Black Shield. Fizz can just jump away. DMN actually have a lot of tools to deny the engage option.
I'm always out here begging people to draft more tanks. We're getting there. This is a roster that has two sizable tanks on both sides. Some like middling options. The Morgana stopping power adds up to half a tank. The Orianna shielding adds up to like a quarter of a tank, but I'm giving them bonus extra credit.
Sure.
So I like to see this. I think this game's going to come down to the Jace, though. I think this is, to put it bluntly, does BYG get any of their players so far ahead that they can win the game and win the team fights off of stats alone? Because by default, Demon have the better composition. They have a better team fight. They have this really good CC-heavy frontline that's going to just roll up onto Orianna and Jace every single time and must be interrupted. If we get late game, they do have potential problems. Demon don't have a whole lot of late game damage. It's going to come from the Riven. It's going to come from the burst of the Fizz if he's out ahead. But Morgana needs a lead to be burning through Renekton, for instance. Morgana needs a lead to get past Jarvan, for instance. So the tanks really offer a problem for Demon.
One thing I will say for Demon on top of all that is that when I look at their side lanes, I also see the potential for them to win out there. But already, flash used by Sumayo. Scrooge taking 2 turret shots. Yenna flashing forward wants a lot more than just that, but won't find it. 1-for-1 trade. Little greedy. Oh, flash from that way. Blocks the flag and drag of Sultani. Will go down.
Oh,
Impact in trouble too. Impact flashes. One more auto. Oh. Not enough. That way finds a double.
I thought he was out of the haymaker.
Oh, no way.
Oh dear.
Lily. Okay, 1v1.
Ignite and the minions burning through the last 10% of Cloud's HP. It is a massacre on the map. This is just brutal.
Just kills everywhere. BYG have a hard focus in the mid lane here. Scrooge starts it off by taking 2 turret shots, not landing the battle dance. But hey, I mean, it works out because Sumayo, he buys time, or rather, it works out rather for the side of DMN because of how much time Sumayo is able to buy.
Show me this haymaker. He's like out of that. I don't know.
That was right on the edge right there. That way, he's got his own internals at Riot. Added drag over a couple
some
times.
Weight. He doesn't get hit by that damage. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough. That one definitely landing, though, as exhaust used that way. not able to provide enough damage for the kill as Lily in trouble again here. Look at Zoltini just walking back and forward, waiting to see where the Riven goes. Now finally committing for it because level 5 on the Riven could be a danger for Cloud. Tag out, damage is in. Lily doing a lot though, almost finds the kill onto Zoltini.
But really good rotations from Sultani. I'm curious to see. It does look like we're getting Black Cleaver, a little bit more of a tanky Jarvan. I have seen just full crit Jarvan blasting some of the higher ELO games recently, and that would have been really fun to see. But Sultani is offering a ton of early presence on the map as this Jarvan, showing up in lanes and boosting lane advantages for BYG, which is necessary because, again, they don't by default win a lot of these matches. So they need kill advantages, they need goal advantages. Unfortunately, it's not working out so far. Unfortunately, they haven't earned those advantages in lanes yet, despite that constant presence.
Instead, it's a 2,000 gold lead at 3.5 minutes for DMN. That's pretty substantial. A lot of it is on the support, because that way got 2 of the kills and is now running all around the map.
That's not good, though.
Yeah, it's still not
support
great.
With a gold lead is terrifying.
Has the proto belt already, so can actually look for a lot of engages here as the objectives are spawning in 20 seconds. This is usually when we start to see resets come through and everyone get back on the map to start to contest whichever one they want.
Watch for the set support to build full HP here and just start proto belting in. There it is.
Facebreaker not quite landing, does not get the stun.
I think
everybody gets out.
It's still a win though, because Sumaya was in a 3v1. Just completely denied that entire last 5 minutes of setup. Sumaya's fine, still farming.
Still alive, and now on the map here, but we did see Oonowo
with their lane swapping.
The earlier reset off. Now everybody's down here. Griff gets a reset too and is joining in. We could have a full 5v5 right now. BYG are on the dragon
first. You should 5v5.
That way has ultimate. Watch for the set engage. It's actually getting engaged upon. Now flips it right back around. Scrooge in trouble. Scrooge down. And the shockwave actually whiffing. Oh no. Just use it on themselves. So that's a kill picked up. Multiple for DMN. Cloud will trade 1 back. But yeah, huge win.
The Lee Sin, the Morgana in the middle of that fight, just thriving. All these boys want to jump into close range. We're going to drop the AoE damage, and we're going to have a great time. Look at those damage numbers stacking up in that fight for Griff. Sumayo even cleaning up some of the exiting players. Also earning out an advantage on this Fizz. Demon are rolling right now.
5,000 ahead. Very dominant early game performance from this team, and shouldn't slow down theoretically. We could be looking at one of the dark horses already in the first match here, TJ. A reminder that top 4 teams in NA already auto-qualified, so now we're seeing the challengers step up here in the second circuit to see who else can join the big dogs. DMN looking like they are ready for that task here. Nice knock-up from Scrooge to buy time and space for Oonowo, but it's going to be really hard for BYG.
Really good use of this set there to eat that damage. Okay, kick him.
It doesn't even need to, honestly. He's just dead.
I wanted him under the turret. I was so upset that he didn't get kicked under the turret.
Well, I mean, I think Yana just did the mental calculations, did all the math, and felt pretty good about it.
Hey. Turret does fall on the top side. That is the first turret break as the gold lead grows. And if you remember from the start of the game, I was saying, you know, the one place Demon could come into trouble is if they come out of the early and mid game without a significant gold lead, because they don't have a ton of sustained damage on their team, so it could be difficult to outscale the tanks. That's not a worry. None of those tanks have any HP right now.
Yeah, and this is just such a completely different narrative from the last game that we saw, where it was close between these two. BYG were actually keeping it very close, not only in the gold, but also in the lane setups, in the team fights. But Game 2, this is a completely different story. Demon are running away with this. Like, we're 7 minutes in. This is 10,000 gold, TJ. This is a clinic.
Yeah. And I think it's a contrast in understanding what your composition should be doing. And there isn't a clear purpose for this composition. It felt like they decided that Jace was going to win them the game. But if your plan is to win through Jace, they didn't draft the tools that could have enabled that. And they tried to force it by using Sultani on the Jarvan in early ganks. He's always going to lose to map presence from a Lee Sin. He's never going to be able to out-gank a Lee Sin without a truly heroic performance, which Sultani strived for, did put in a good effort. but wasn't able to deliver.
And now, really, the only tool they have is the combo, the insane engage range between a J4, Orianna, and Rakan. Maybe they could look for like a single member isolated out, but that's again just grasping at straws.
Well, I struggle with it because it is a good teamfight composition, except it doesn't have enough frontline to be a teamfight composition in the current meta. Like, you go for that full engage, the Jarvan, the Renekton hold the frontline. They just get melted by Fizz, by Lee Sin, by Riven.
Look at that damage! See? They're just paper!
That's one of the tanks. That's Sultani just vanishing.
And now
that's
has the
why the composition doesn't work. Obviously, the Fizz isn't supposed to have this much gold.
Oh, yeah. This is a big engage as well from that way. Impressing me very much in the support position here. The Shockwave from ONO. If this was an even game state, even gold, that maybe would have just popped a couple members. But as you can see, it is not. Demon clapping back hard after their tough loss against Team Family in the last major. Or rather, in the last qualifiers, not being able to qualify for the last major because they were just barely behind Team Family. And they've definitely been doing their work here, TJ, because they are showing up massively in their debut performance for this qualifier.
Yeah, it's a really good demonstration 2 games in a row, by contrast, of a team that understands how their composition has to win. Demon needed early game wins, early game gold advantages, and they forced that fight, especially around the Infernal Drake. They forced that fight, and I think BYG should have taken the fight, but Demon won it with coordinated team fighting, like they demonstrated in game number 1, and that's earned them a insurmountable lead at this point.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that you just really can't come back from. It's looking like DMN can just close this one out, maybe even off of this next Herald. We're already at the inhibitor turrets in the mid and dragon lanes. They just group up, push one in, find one big pick. That is it. And speaking of, Sumayo finds a pick onto ONO in the mid lane.
This is where I'm really happy that we have group stages. I think a lot of tournaments used to be single elim big brackets. Group stages mean that, yeah, this doesn't go great for you, BYG, but you still have a chance to make it out. You still have a chance to show up in the later stages of this tournament.
Exactly. Their run will not be over
that
here.
Was clean.
As, yeah, he's pretty slick on the Lee Sin. Not gonna lie.
That was a little bit dirty. I know I just said it was both clean and dirty, but it was both those things.
Yeah, it's one of those things where they both mean the same thing in this specific context. Herald dropped in the Dragon lane. Multiple members of BYG do still defend. They're not giving up. They're going to fight hard for this base.
That was sick.
Nice defense.
I've been trying to bring back Ill. Do you think I can do it?
Oh, I like that, yeah. Nasty as well. That's another one. It's kind of in the same vein, right?
Well, I was really pushing for Radical for a while. I really thought I could single-handedly bring back... That was Radical, dude! Because I live in California, right? I'm a San Francisco kid, so I really wanted to push that. But I've been informed that it's not cool when I say it.
You know, you can say that was dirty, that was filthy, that was nasty. You can't say, like, that was super germy or, like, infected.
Sure.
Like there's a line, right? Like, you can only go so far with it.
I do. You can just
muddy.
keep adding. So, at least in... like San Francisco skater culture, you could just keep describing things as awful. You can just keep being like, oh, that was horrible, dude. That was awful. And people understand that means that was great.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of like other synonyms for dirt. Like mud, gravel.
Well, I was thinking about the ways that my friends have described good things in the past, and I was trying to figure out which one of them were broadcast safe. And the answer is, normally we're describing such horrible things that I can't repeat any of them.
See, if you're Minnesotan like myself, then you look at what Yena's doing right now and you go, oh boy, this is neat! Look at that! Godlike on the Lee Sin. Pops the stasis, might just survive this. Oh, he will go down. Nice, BYG, you got him. As they're actually getting a lot for this one. Winning the fight for now. Losing the top lane push, though, for it.
That was a gross charm. He comes over the top there, Scrooge. Very nearly turns things around. I don't know, bless your heart, Steve Kangas. I love those folksy, straightforward compliments, you know?
Exactly. You know, in Minnesota, we keep things to one syllable if we can. You know?
I've been poisoned by the big city.
I think so. But it's all right. You're fighting against it, TJ, and we can all
No,
appreciate
I'm not.
All right, well, maybe I'm just putting concepts behind your intentions that aren't
think I'm trying to become a better person, Steve Kangas?
All right, maybe I can teach you some more Minnesota vernacular. Maybe that'll help save you.
What do you say when something's awful and you're like trying to console somebody?
Oh, well, you know what? The worse it is, the more syllables you can use. So if it's truly awful, terrible. Just terrible. Oh.
It's so straightforward. You just say what you mean.
Exactly, yeah. We don't... It's not the most colorful language, I'm not gonna lie. But it's to the point. Really, anything... Like, the more vowels you can get, the better.
I wish I could just own a farmhouse in Minnesota and say what I meant about things and never have a mobile phone or a computer, you know?
Well, you might be in the wrong industry for that, TJ. I'm not gonna lie. Seems like it would be tough. It might be difficult to cast Wild Rift from a farm in Minnesota. I'm not gonna lie.
You can mail me the game state. Just send me like a letter that's like,
you'll be
Demon
like
are 60,000 gold and BYG have 40,000 gold and Demon are doing the Baron, and I'll mail you a letter back that says, "Oh, that game's over, dude."
Yeah, you'll be like our analyst on the ground. You know, like we'll call you in. We'll have your letter up on screen.
No phones.
Your response. All right. Well, we're not going to actually call you, obviously. Don't be silly here, as it looks like this is the final moment of this game here. The Baron picked up. Clean play from DMN. Absolutely speed running this game number 2, and will 2-0 their first round opponents here. Putting themselves in a really fantastic position to make it out of this group and into tomorrow's games. Next is focused. Game over.
And we're going to have a hard time picking a star player there because the game was kind of delivered on a silver platter to every lane after the early game advantage.
It was, again...
There it is.
Yeah, like, you look at the minutes, and you look at the gold difference, and pretty much in line down. Rare that we see these kinds of games. DMN, they came in with a very clear game plan. They knew what they were going to execute on, and they executed it very well.
I don't want to give it to Sumayo twice, but his Fizz did look pretty good.
It was.
Give it to Yana if you want.
I was looking at it that way. I feel like that way on the set roams, he was just all over the map.
Sure.
And supports don't get enough credit, right?
Yeah. So I actually normally, like, support players don't get enough credit, so we need to give the support players some credit. Sure. When you're casting with me, you need to understand that I always give the support players credit, so we actually kind of need to backpedal on that sometimes and give DPS and jungle players credit.
This is a
but
problem,
I'm done this time. The bias is in full effect. We can absolutely give...
We're of the same mind.
Set support credit.
Because I'm always the one looking at supports
like this fight is game winning. Like that fight wins the game probably.
Yeah, pretty much. But then it's that way coming in here.
Yeah, that way is there too. Yeah,
right. He gets the double here. I'm giving it to that way. I vote that way.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, fine.
All right, we can go every other. How about that? Of being the final vote, because of course we don't want to.
No. We're collaborating. We're coming together in Minnesotan spirit, and I for one am all in favor.
I appreciate you living up to the ideal of the true Minnesotans here. You just see fight after fight here in the replay package. All of it going the way of DMN. They will be a scary team in this group going forward. And reminder, they're in Group 4, Group D, and they have Sleeping on Us as the team that had the initial bye from that group. So Sleeping on Us, if they were watching the stream, they should be sweating right now because this is your next opponent on the Rift. They're looking scary.
I will say that Sleeping on Us team is former Team Yawn, and that's a stacked roster as well.
True.
So I don't know if they're sweating, maybe they're rubbing their hands,
Hey, night sweats, right? Like they were dreaming.
No.
Is a stressful one.
No.
No.
Does that happen to you? Is that a real thing?
Yeah, absolutely, that's a real thing. You've never experienced that
I thought that
before?
was just like movies where people like wake up sweaty because they had a nightmare.
Well, it happens in movies too, but maybe I just watch too many scary movies before I go to bed. But regardless,
I don't want to shame you. That's like terrible. I'm sorry that happens to you.
Thank you for your empathy,
yeah.
DJ. I do appreciate that. That way does earn the Star Player Award, of course. Very impressive performance across both games, I will add. That Rakan as well. Even forcing BYG to pick it away from them. in game 2, and then on the set still having a fantastic performance. It wasn't the Garen, but I do like Set as a close second in the support position.
He's a big boy, and that's kind of my standard for good supports.
Yep.
Are they big boys?
Aren't they
or
big
girls
boys?
In the case of Leona.
True, yeah, just big champions in general. The beefy ones that can be that front line, go for those engages. So that's Series 1 of the books, everybody. Congratulations, of course, to DMN for picking up their win. Let's take a look at the updated group standings now, so we can see who else across the Rift have been winning. That was a quick series, so I don't know how many other series will be finished, but Tilt City Banditos, they did finish their series already.
Tilt City Banditos, one of the teams that we saw at the earlier qualifiers and a team to watch. They're going to be playing against Family next, and I believe we will be broadcasting that game.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a stacked one on broadcast when we come back from break.
A reminder that Family is the team that knocked out Cloud9 from the last majors. Had a pretty deep run. The team without the logo, they always have that buff. Let's take a look. Oh, also Saint was able to win against one side. 3 of our series are already over. That is pretty fast.
We're zooming.
We're zooming through
and I'm happy to see Sleeping on Us delivering, because that means that... Sorry, Demons delivering, because that means that they will be playing Sleeping on Us next. And that is going to be a very exciting match as well. I think Sleeping on Us is one of the teams I have favored to get out of this qualifier. So.
Ooh. So qualify already for the next major as of tomorrow.
Yeah. Well,
nice.
That's the work they're going to have to put in.
Of course. Yeah, they are #1 seed in their group. It's exciting to see what they can bring going forward. But based on just the eye test, I will still say that I think DMN will be a threat. Hopefully that series goes.
Do you want to see my
distance. Cat? I would love to see your cat. Is this an option? Oh my goodness! TJ! What a beauty. What an absolute beauty. Does it have a name?
Her name is Miss Mary, and she's a little bit awful, and she keeps jumping up on my lap right as I need to stand up to broadcast, because I cast standing up. Well, she'll be sitting down on the desk, and she'll jump up onto my lap, and then I'll stand up, and she hates it every time. So if there's ever, like, as we're coming into game, a bit of a weird transition, that's because I'm trying to extricate myself from the cat who's, like, latched her claws into my sweater as she tries to stay on my lap.
Well, let's see what she has to say about our next matchup then, TJ. Let's keep the cat around for some deep analysis right now. We got Team Family on the Rift here. Taki, Throne, Twitch, Cosmic Soul, Soju Rain, and the Zine.
Soju Rain, I think, has been one of my favorite players out of this team. They played those team fight heavy AD carries, and when this team is at their best, I look to them to play through Soju Rain, play through Soju Rain's ability to sit in the middle of fights on characters like Kaisa, Corki, and operate those characters as intended with high mobility and high damage out.
And again, a reminder that this Team Family did make a pretty deep run at the last major, taking down Cloud9 and then losing 2-0 to Tribe, and that was what got Tribe to auto-qualify. But they were one series away, one best-of-3 away from auto-qualifying for the next major. I mean, that's not a bad performance from Team Family, so they will be a tough one. Let's see if Tilt City Magnetos can bring it to them with Consequence, ENF, Academy, Logical, and Chicken Lady on their roster.
Tilt City Banditos also made a decent run in the major. I think the problems that they had came from the way that they played around the map, and just players getting caught out in weird positions, just a little bit of miscommunication, undoing a team that, like almost all North American teams, has good mechanical talent. It just needs to tighten up the screws a bit.
Just tighten up slightly, get the team calls together, and actually also draft as well. Tilt City Banditos is one of those teams where I often see them go for a more comfort pick style than necessarily what is agreed upon as best in the meta. So let's see what they're bringing today and what they've prepared, as we will be sending into a short break before we're back for that second series of the day. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for our second series of the day. Another best of 3 ahead of us between Team Family versus the Tilt City Banditos. A pretty exciting match for the second one of the day. Hopefully this one will go all 3 games, because when I look at these two rosters, I actually do see them and expect them to be pretty close in power levels.
I'm just eating some popcorn over here.
Oh, you're getting ready. I didn't know we were making popcorn, man. I would have gotten some. What, cheddar or caramel popcorn?
Actually, just plain.
Well, yeah, I understand that.
I don't want to.
Which is better, cheddar or caramel? And I will judge you on your answer.
Well, I'm trying to guess the right one now. For Minnesota, I feel like the answer would be cheddar.
Absolutely.
But for me, the answer is caramel.
All right, can we get Alec back on here? I don't know if I can deal with TJ's shenanigans anymore.
Because it can, when it's dried and it's just encrusted and you bite in and there's like a crunch, and then on the inside there's the popcorn. That's some good popcorn.
Sure.
That's some good candy.
It's too sweet. Cheesy better than sweet, everybody. Come on.
You're too
Sugar's
sweet.
The enemy. Well, thank you. Let's get into Pick and Ban, though, TJ, because we are already underway with that. The teams have been locking in at rapid-fire pace. Banning away Jace, Ziggs, Camille, and with Ziggs off the table, I actually really like this Varus first pick.
Yeah, Tilt City Banditos trying to match the range, but I don't think you can. I think Varus is that good. North America really likes Caitlyn, and she's very good if you're able to get within range to land the combos, the traps into the Piltover Peacemaker empowered attacks. Unfortunately, that's going to be difficult to do versus Varus, because Varus can just wave clear from the other side of the planet.
Yeah.
So build a tank around this fam, and I really like it.
And already semi-doing that. The Lee Sin for a little
I need
early
a
game aggression. They got the Darius Brahms ban, TJ. I hate to break it to you. Garen's up. They could go for that.
Sure. Garen would make me happy. North America, I don't trust to go Garen support, but they should do it. They should pull out Garen support. I guess Alistar would make me happy in this matchup. The real problem is that it's into Thresh. Thresh is a very good support for Caitlyn, because it allows both Caitlyn to go more aggressive to get into those melee range fights where she can land the combos, because she has the safety of the Lantern to pull her out. And also, Thresh has the positioning tools to force fights to happen at uncomfortable ranges.
Also, very good pick potential. If there's something like a Lee Sin trying to get aggressive, you can just either flay him away as he's going in, or look to land a death sentence if you have the initial read on the jungle.
Although I will say he doesn't have hard CC. Thresh, the closest thing he has is the flay into hook. And if you can land that, you can interrupt a dive, but that's very hard to do to somebody like a Lee Sin. So, if the Lee Sin's able to launch those ambush attacks on a low HP target, Thresh can't really do anything about it. So the ideal setup for Family as they have drafted so far is the Varus drops people low, drops them down to 10% of their HP, they go, oh darn, I should get out of here. And that's when Lee Sin jumps out of the bush. That was my team comms. That's what I say in team comms. I say, oh darn, I need to leave for I'm only 10% HP. And then a couple minutes later I say, oh shoot, I'm being ganked by this Lee Sin that just jumped out of a bush.
Yeah, and then, of course, Rafa is immediately back on comm saying, get good, kid. Final ban's coming
He's
through here.
He's normally playing the Lee Sin, to be fair.
Fair enough. TCB ban away the Diana and the Rakan. And we do have a confirmed misban from Team Family, so that will not be populated there.
Always a little bit depressing.
Yeah.
We're looking for heavy frontline here. You can see the Diana ban, the Braum ban, the Set ban, very much Tilt City Banditos aware of what's going on here, trying to get rid of the tanky frontline that Fam could be drafting. Fam on the opposite side, drafting the assassination characters that can access the backline that they're building. I think Zed should have been that second ban there, but they weren't able to pull it out, obviously.
But this is Xin Zhao locked in for TCB. So again, another jungler that can be a little active in the early game, go for earlier ganks. And actually, I don't mind too much into the Varus specifically, because Varus is throwing all that damage at you. But if you have your ultimate up, not actually going to matter as much on you. So you are a quasi, frontline tank here, specifically against the Pokemon's.
I like Galio. So normally you put a Diana in this sort of composition as your mid lane threat. Galio can fulfill that role, can play mid, and also can play in the support role, so they have that flexibility built into this draft right now.
But they will have to show what their mid laner or true support will be here as they are on the blue side. So they don't necessarily get the power of like a counter pick or a flex pick, but they opt for the Corki.
I don't like it.
Really?
I liked it up until we flexed it there. Galio does all right. I don't think it's actually a very good matchup into Thresh. I think Thresh is a pretty good time in lane versus Galio, because you can just deny the full engage. And by putting Corki mid and not putting the full trust in Soju Rain, because the full tank composition here would rely entirely on Soju Rain. It would be entirely down to can Soju Rain land those arrows. But by putting the Corki mid, they've given themselves more options, more diversity in terms of ranged damage threats, but they've shrunken the actual effect of that Varus. They've shrunken the actual effect of their damage dealers by not having enough frontline to defend them anywhere on the map.
I mean, arguably, 3 frontline is still more than most of the teams are drafting in the current North America meta. So I do.
You got like 2 frontline. You're not, is that Lee Sin tanking? I hope not.
He can kick away the Renekton. Kick away the Xin Zhao.
I don't want him to be.
All right, well, regardless.
Ambush Lee Sin only.
Build full lethality. Just go for the kills. Bam.
Yeah.
Do you still have the double poke option, though? And the answer is the Orianna from TCB, so a little more team fighting option from them. That Shockwave we'll need to look out for, because if they can land that onto either of the damage carries, or ideally both of them, boom, that's just fight over.
And they have some really good carriers for that Orianna Shockwave as well. The Thresh is going to be hooking into fights. The Renekton is going to be pushing into fights. The Xin Zhao can carry into fights. So they have a lot of tools to get that Orianna ball in. And unfortunately for me, both these drafts have kind of ended up in the same place. These are 2 team fight teams going into each other. These are both compositions that are going to rely on their carries to win team fights. These are both compositions that have early game threats from the jungle in those Xin Zhao, those Lee Sins. They're going to try and show up in lanes early and build lane advantages for their team fight carries. So this is going to be a mirror match, and it's just going to come down to execution.
Execution and who's quicker to the plays oftentimes. So immediately that makes me start thinking Dragon and Herald spawn will be very impactful for both of these teams, because they could either opt for the trade, which we don't see as much of. We see a lot of teams actually contest each other, and pretty much whoever wins that first fight will probably just walk away with the game, because getting a lead for either of these teams will feel massive, as Soju takes a really rough trade already.
Soju being forced back. And early lane is the hardest that this lane gets for Varus. The opening couple of salvos are where the Caitlyn just has a range advantage. But once you can reliably enough, I think around the second back, start firing arrows into minion wave itself, then this lane's easy.
Early gank here on the Baron lane. Nicely executed from TCB. They found a really good window, and they also get both summoners out of Taki.
Good show and a good kill onto the Darius, but the big pressure needs to be down here in the mid and bottom lanes. That's where these games are going to be decided.
That's hook lands on a Soju, but Ignite burned as
Chicken
well.
Lady.
Yeah.
Chicken Lady ought to be back. Here we go.
Ian looking for another fight. Another scrap. Mid laners involved this time around, and Ian's taking a lot of damage. Throne commits, gets the kill. Academy forced to flash away.
Throne just able to build a better fight. The Orianna not going to be able to do the same sustained damage as Corki at that phase in the game. So he's just got more DPS because he builds that space for Cosmic Soul to free fire behind him, dump damage in, whilst Throne does his max DPS onto Ian. Ian doesn't have the ultimate to deny the damage from Cosmic.
Ian's here.
So it's an easy win.
Cosmic's very low on mana. Academy walking forward, actually dodges out of the taunt, does land finally. And the Gallios actually got enough damage to clean that one up. Academy was caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, very good start now for Family. As Cosmic Soul gets the bonus gold from both those, he's going to stay in lane and get a whole lot of this CS as well. And this Lee Sin's got an early gold boost, which means we're now past the level 5 mark, but they're still going to be able to have enough gold, have enough damage that they can keep ganking sidelines. And so long as they keep finding kills, they will remain in this game.
And it's a fairly substantial lead for 2.5 minutes as well. 1,000 across the board. The one thing for TCB, though, is, of course, consequence here on the Renekton. 1-0, picking up the kill against Taki. from that earlier gank. It does have a really big lead in the Baron lane specifically, so if we're looking at where TCB have pressure, maybe not where they would ideally like to have that lead, but it is still something to play through.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, that's great. Love that for Consequence, but it's not going to win the game, because Darius will stabilize just fine the second they get out of lane, unless they do devastating damage to that lane. So the focus instead needs to be down here. This needs to be playing through the Caitlyn, playing through Logical, as we're seeing Ian trying to do now.
Ooh, and now thrown for another gank in the mid lane. That's another kill over for Family as well. I didn't actually see if Cosmic Soul got it or Throne got it. That could be pretty impactful.
But it's either way, it's the same thing. It's Family playing through their mid lane, playing through Cosmic Soul, and TCB, where they should be answering on the opposite side of the map, unable to do so. Unable to find an opportunity to play through Logical, because the Varus is now online, and is just able to output such DPS and clear at such range that they have an advantage.
It was actually Cosmic Soul that gets the kill. Goes for the reset, picks up package, same time as Soji Rain is resetting. Everybody from Family are back on the map. They're a little slow.
A little bit slower.
Yeah, the Herald already started here by TCB.
Don't fight for the Herald if you're Family, I think. Just go for the trade across the map, and they do have the Lee Sin doing that.
So they'll trade objectives. Members of Family were toying with the idea. I mean, with package, maybe you can go crazy as a Corki and look to kill Chicken Lady, but I like the reservation.
Why risk it?
Exactly. Why risk it? Go for the for sure trade.
Especially when you already have a lead. Now you can team fight if you want in the 5v5, but when you already have the lead, let them get the Rift Herald. Ooh, okay.
Cosmic Soul just wants to use that
Lantern.
cooldown.
Easy.
Yeah, nice defensive play from TCB.
So, you might ask, what do you want that package to be spent on then? What do you want those ultimates to be spent on then? Rift Herald needs to be summoned. You need to summon the Rift Herald and fight with it. That's when you use the team fight that you have.
Big force from Family right now, maybe too far forward. Oh, the sombrero from the side of a TCB Academy, missing that one, but Ian does get out safely. That was a lot of summoner spells used from Fam.
Yeah, and you see the effect of Fam's team fight there. They do a lot of damage, but if TCB are on the ball right now, They have a moment to reset.
Consequence is in a 1v3 scenario right now. Has the Dominus pops, now realizing the predicament. Actually still in the tri-bush? I mean, this is really bold here.
They're all so low.
Oh, flashes the wall! Gets the kill. Now Taki could be in trouble as well. Thrones here. Kick not available. Consequence no longer has Dominus, though. Will fall down.
Give me more of that! Flashing into a 1v2 because you're darn right he could win it.
Nicely done to get at least a kill, but maybe slightly overstaying. Either way, bot time for the team to drop Herald in the mid lane will not break the turret, but will get more gold for them as Throne also lands in a trap. Very chunked out here, but yeah, I still don't think they can crack this.
Yeah, neither team really playing around the Rift Herald. I wanted TCB to summon that Rift Herald earlier, when they did have that failed engage from Fam in the middle of the map. Yeah, your players are low, but Fam are even lower and they needed to reset. So drop the Rift Herald, play through that timing. Instead, they spent some time kind of waffling on it, not sure if they wanted to roam up and support Consequences, and they weren't able to fully capitalize. That Rift Herald kind of comes to nothing. It's what I like to call the Korean Rift Herald, because the WCK teams have a habit of doing this, where they have earned the gold from it, but they didn't get a turret break or anything.
And after that turret not falling down in the mid lane, Fam actually get the first turret as Cosmic Soul clears that bot side, even invades, takes away the blue buff. This gold lead is starting to turn into a snowball, falling down here. Family feeling in a really comfortable position, and TCB, again, their only strong point of the map is Consequence, who's still, again, a full 1,000 gold ahead of Taki, but like you had identified, doesn't mean much unless you're able to absolutely blast this lane. The Darius will still be impactful later on.
You know, sorry top laners, unless you're teleporting into different lanes to spend that lead, I don't care. Because especially a Darius or a Garen drafted into this position for Fam is set up to lose by a little bit. It's a predetermined fact that Toki isn't going to have any lane support, so TCB might gank that top side early, and Toki might go down 1,000 gold. But it won't matter because Toki's expecting to have to play that way, and now in the mid-game, Darius will still have the power to alter these teamfights because he's Darius, and it's expected that he'll shrink that lead to a negligible amount. Yeah. Well, also they can now, because they've gotten through the danger zone for their carries. And you can see that both Soju and Cosmic Soul are being left on their own right now to farm, because they can be left on their own. In the Varus' case, it's because his ultimate's online, so he has stopping power. More importantly, he has such good wave clear that it's very difficult to get close to him.
Big pick right now.
There it is.
Yeah, Chain CC.
Oh.
Ian's just dead. Oh, they're going for more logical. Looking for a reset. Stopped. We'll get back to safety, but Herald's already started by Fam.
And during that time, Cosmic Soul was just free farming down in the bottom lane, so Cosmic Soul very big as well. Both carries for Fam, ready to team fight right now.
Consequence dancing around with the idea of going in there. Daki still relatively safe. Zine walking up. Consequence is still scary, so Zine should give respect to this and will escape. That's Herald picked up.
You can see they're respecting Consequence, and they're just ignoring him. They're just letting the crocodile live in his sewer that is the top lane, and spending the rest of their time achieving things on the map.
It's like, you know, in those videos when you see crocodiles running on land and they're actually really fast, but Fam just keeps sidestepping them. They're like, nope, you're not going to be running at a straight line right now as the fight starts at the Dragon. Family with a nice position right now, but Consequence is going in. That's a big shockwave. Consequence can be the front line. Taki wasn't there. Now flashes in. Big damage. AoE. Double kill to Academy. TCB running away with the team fight. They'll clean up 4 members and now focus down the Dragon.
And it's a weird fight positioning from Fam. They arrive without all their members, and Consequence spends his lead. The combination just destroys Fam, destroys their advantage. The Rift Herald did charge down mid to regain some gold, but look at this positioning. It's just so split. Nobody is able to force the front-to-back team fight, and Soju just gets burned down very early. Horrible team fight from Zine, horrible team fight positioning from Fam. They don't support their carries, they don't build a front-to-back. That's what their composition's all about.
They get baited into fighting the Xin Zhao and trying to throw all their damage at him, but he's got his ultimate. Chicken Lady even survived by dipping back in and out of the brush where there was no wards in. Yeah, it was just kind of all over the place in that one. TCB coming out the victors for it. They're still behind in gold, but that's signs of life for this team. And picking up that Dragon will feel good if they can keep stacking some.
A necessary team fight because there is mid-game power over on TCB. You can see the Luden's Echo and Archangel staff both complete on Academy. That's going to mean that Academy has some serious mid-game damage now from this Orianna.
He's alone, but Taki has backup. Throws out the ultimate. Sets it up for Throne to not get down. Preemptive stasis used. And now a defense. Ian's here. Chicken Lady's here. Low health bars. And that's a kill answered. That sentence a little wide. Does not land on the Zine. Ian still wants more. Logical's here. Can output that damage to Caitlyn. Those autos, those crits will be doing a lot. Taki goes down. A double kill to Logical. Answered right back, though. Now has to be careful. Soju Lane flashing forward. Aggressive. Chicken Lady there. The triple to Logical. Can you get the quadra kill on Caitlyn? Quadra kill to the 80 carry.
And that's how the team fight balances out as Logical comes online and is able to just sit at the back of the fight, reinvesting the gold they just earned for the one team fight into another team fight with excellent positioning. Nobody on Fam gets onto them until it's a fair 2v2.
Nice answer from TCB. It looked rough at first because Family, they were able to get that first kill under the turret, but everybody collapses, and the range of Caitlyn, like you said, watch this team fight so many autos from so far away. I think Soju Rain at this point needs to just realize, throw everything at Caitlyn.
Yeah. Soju spends far too long dumping damage into the front lines, and that is good play. That is the front line demanding attention. And then excellent play by Logical to pull out the combo and just delete Soju. Punish him for that mistake, as he has been dropped far too low by the time he's realized that Soju's the problem.
And now look at the...
also, earlier in that fight, I don't know why nobody took the ace in the hole for Throne. I think they maybe thought that Zine would be there on time from the ultimate, but they just lose a player for free.
And now the gold lead heavily in favor of Logical specifically. A full 1.5 thousand ahead of Soju
Yeah, that's
Rain.
huge.
As the Caitlyn building crit, you're going to feel that. Ooh, all right.
Because again, these two teams want to operate the same way. So in many ways, this entire game is a 2v2. Cosmic Soul and Soju versus Academy and Logical. Those two AD carries and those two mid laners are going to determine who wins the game. TCB have just brought their two carries back into the game. They brought their Caitlyn and they're now with the completion of Rabadon's Orianna into teamfight capacity again, and it's just going to come down to execution in the teamfights. The last two teamfights, FAM have kind of stuffed. And the last two teamfights have gone to TCB off of just better team fighting. If that continues, they'll win the game.
It's even gold now, but they're going to have to do it against Package this time. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. Family are ready for it. Soju's going to be lagging a little bit behind here if you look at the minimap. Varus not quite with the rest of the team, but TCB don't realize this window, so they're not going to look for an engage, and we can have a full 5v5 setup for this Dragon.
Dragon does spawn now. Mountain Drake. Relatively
important. The shockwave from Academy! Followed up by Death Senses of Chicken Lady. TCB with an explosive pick right there. They get Soju instantly.
And Soju again is just caught out of position, dead before the fight begins, and so is FAM. They have no way to make this team fight happen now. Down their AD carry, and it's going to make their odds of winning the late game that much more difficult because Soju isn't alive to be the carry, is falling behind on gold, as Toki will trade a little bit of turret placing for the Drake, the third Drake of the game, going over to TCB.
Massive swing here as Family had what seemed like an iron grasp of the early game. Out. 5k lead. Now even Taki's getting chased down. There's no turret to fall back on. Has the proto belt though, so gets out to safety. Ooh, what a swing, though, TJ. I mean, just going back, the last 5 minutes, TCB have won 3 fights in a row. That last one wasn't even a fight. That was just members of FAM being too far forward, not respecting the pockets of Fog of War that Academy can be hiding in. And Academy had a really good find right there. Says, oh, I see two members. I'm just going to throw out Shockwave.
Well, it's been the same thing every time. Every single fight has been decided by TCB having better communication, positioning, and coordination. In the first team fight, they split the fight really effectively, used pressure on both sides to find Soju Rain right off the bat and kill him. Really good target calling. Top lane, Soju Rain wasn't aware of where the focus needed to go. Logical was really well protected on the opposite side by TCB, won the fight. And here just now, it's Chicken Lady again punishing a little bit of mispositioning, yes, but having the resources in place to punish the mispositioning. Having the target call be quick enough to punish the mispositioning. And that is how TCB have earned their advantage now, their gold lead for the first time this game, off of really good team fighting communication.
And it doesn't get that much easier for FAM in the next fight, if there is one over something like this Baron, because they won't have that quirky package. So if they want to try and contest this, as TCB have multiple members up here on the top half of the map, it looks like just for now it's for vision priority. They're not actually going to commit for any kind of engage. But you got to imagine, if another play like that happens, that Baron is on the table.
Yeah, and I'll be blunt about it. I think Soju Rain is playing a pretty bad Varus right now. I think that needs to change. If they're going to win any of these team fights, we need to see max DPS output from Varus, and we have not in any of these team fights so far.
Now, also as a defensive option, that extra spell shield on top of the build here. Taki with a big pick right now. That's damage onto Academy. And that is a hero play from Taki in the side lane in a 1v2 scenario. Death Sentence goes wide. FAM with a big pick.
Yeah, really good find by Toki. And it's a really good team play, using Zin's heroic entrance across the map to ensure they get that kill.
Now they're cleaning up the vision around the Baron with 5v4. They could look for it potentially. It's a...
Yeah, Soju zoning here makes me a little nervous. Now they don't have any zoning, which makes me even more nervous as the wards go in. Here's the opportunity for an interruption. Good team fight so far. Toki in the front lines, holding strong, thrown into stasis, in trouble as TCB turn things back around. Chicken Lady zoning up front, throw back in, finds the kill, but Consequence comes out on top. Seeing to the front lines, Cosmic Soju
triple
alone as Consequence finds 3. Oh, it's gonna be more. 4 kills in this fight. Devastating. Consequence just eating up the front line and burning down family as they try to fight in front of Baron.
Triple kill to Chicken Lady. I caught it right at the end, and Consequence with the double as well. Another team fight win for TCB.
Could be game.
Yeah, this is probably game right here. Oh no, they actually back off. They're pinging the dragon instead. That's Elder.
Cowards!
Yeah.
They could have ended. 18 seconds. They didn't have too many minions. I don't know.
Maybe not. Maybe not with Logical. They don't have the
Infernal
confidence.
basically guarantees the game wins, so it's not one of those games where I'll say why not, because another team fight could go Fam's way, kind of even into Elder Infernal. But they do have a pretty sizable advantage with Elder Infernal.
Objective picked up. Ian, I saw that teleport to top turret as he walks back and now changes his boots back. I'm not sure what that was, but you can't get one past me. I do watch the minimap as well. Regardless, though, with this Elder Dragon, game's pretty much wrapped up here. It will be an insane team fight if Family can actually win one. They got to make some kind of pick, find somebody out of position, find some way to turn the miracle in their favor.
Yeah. And they threw a Hail Mary for that Baron, which was kind of confusing to me because I don't think they needed to. They needed a 5v5 fight. But the way you force a 5v5 fight is different from what they just did. What they did was they started Baron
but here's a
and
pick.
then stumbled into a fight to defend.
Toki almost got it again. That's a lot of damage onto Ian from the Baron. There's no kick from Throne.
Like,
Shockwave.
Soji's still doing... Oh, good Shockwave.
Still alive, though. Look at Zine going in to be the front line. Just exploded in the fight. Big play from TCB with a double kill over to Logical. They're going to keep chasing it down, finding the triple kill as that is game. TCB with the comeback, down 5k gold. They will end 5k in the lead and take game number 1 in this best of 3.
And that's how you force a 5v5 around a Baron fight. That's how you start Baron, turn around, turn into the 5v5 without taking a whole bunch of damage on the Baron and end the game through a teamfight advantage.
Look at that gold swing right there. I mean, it looks like it was just Fam controlling the early game. We were saying, hey, these teams have very similar styles, very similar goals. But in that style, in those goals, which came down to the team fights, TCB, after the 12-minute mark, after the 10-minute mark, they were just consistently better at executing.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes down to Logical. They played some incredibly good team fights in that mid-game. They pretty much single-handedly afforded the opportunity for that gold swing. I'd also give a ton of credit to the way that they played around Vision using Academy's various abilities. This was just a team effort and a really good team-fighting team effort.
Academy, again, finding that clutch shockwave onto Soju around that third dragon. Big
Consequence
play
dominated
right
2 team fights, though.
Consequence did dominate not only the team fights, but also in that solo lane, too. If you remember back to the Baron lane, finding the early gank and the kill, and then also drawing a lot of pressure up to that Baron lane. TCB, I mean, things are coming together for them right now, TJ. I don't necessarily know if I look at that and say, oh, that was a draft diff, that was luck diff. Like, that was just good, you know, or rather better play from them over their opposition.
Yeah, I was very critical of the lead they earned in lane, and you saw that it didn't really matter, right? Toki was still a threat in the mid-late game. Like, you can't really knock Darius out of... But the investment into Consequence still made a difference. The fact that Consequence had enough gold to be a threat, that still made a difference. So it's not the most efficient place to be yanking early. It's not the most efficient distribution of gold because it really only gives Consequence tools. It doesn't take any away from your opposition. But it did mean that once we got to the mid-game team fights, I believe we will have a replay of those mid-game team fights in a moment, all of this work that Throne did, all of this incredible setup, didn't matter because Consequence was able to take so much damage and threaten the backlines. I love this.
He was close to killing
Toki. Any player in North America does this, they will get my gold star. They will be my star player.
Okay, so that's your star player then. We're looking at the Baron lane for this. I got to agree. I think
the flash over the wall And then this fight where he just puts so much pressure onto the backline, like any day of the week. Look at that flash forward again.
Consequence mounting up kill after kill, being super impactful against his lane opposition in these crucial team fights that both of these teams needed to focus on. So, Consequence, both of our vote for star player of game number 1 here, but it was still relatively close. I mean, TCB got a string of teamfight wins, but let's not forget the fam had that early game advantage. So, I mean, I'm starting to feel pretty good about my prediction that this game will, or this series rather, will go to all 3 games. Because I think that there's some pretty obvious fixes the family can look at going into this next game. Number 1 being Soju Rain's positioning, Soju Rain's decision-making in these team fights.
Yeah, didn't look comfortable on the Varus. Didn't seem to really like this fight. You can look at Soju, doesn't get any damage output like the entire fight, just kind of wandering through the Baron pit, unsure how to contribute. And Varus is a very, very good carry, right? Has some of the highest DPS output of any AD carry in the game, and Soju Rain just didn't look comfortable on it. So, long term, I think that is something Soju ought to work on, ought to get a couple more reps on. Short term, play to your players' comfort, play to their specialty picks, give Soju something they look more comfortable on, because they are a very good AD carry player, and you should play to that.
And give respect, of course, to Logical, your opposition on the Rifts, because Logical had incredible position in those team fights. It was always outputting that damage, piloting the Caitlyn to fantastic success. Going into the next pick ban, I think there's a lot of decisions the family can make here to see, okay, do we want to change anything in our draft? Would it have been better if we had 4 frontliners with just the Varus as opposed to the 3 frontliners, or 2 and then Lee Sin along with the Corki like you had been talking about earlier? And maybe even try put Soju Raid onto something that's a little more facilitating. I mean, they could opt for those mages instead, something like the Morgana, something like the Brand.
God, I don't like it. I don't like that this is our meta, but yeah, I mean, you can play to topside. If Soju's having an off day, which does just happen, then you can play to other carries. If you are... I think, you know, in retrospect, the fact that they put the Corki in the middle of the map maybe speaks to the fact that they didn't feel great about Soju's Varus. And if that's how you feel as a team, don't play that character, because player comfort is paramount. The most important thing is that your players are playing characters they feel comfortable on. And it is good if the characters they feel comfortable on are the best characters in the meta. Like, you ideally have that, but sometimes you just don't, and you do have to play around.
And a reminder that if now TCB win this next game, they will be taking first seed in their group going forward. That auto qualifies them for tomorrow's series, where we'll get into the top 8 and then narrow that down to the top 4. Top 4 from this qualifier will move on to the next major that will be coming up a couple weeks from now. So this is already looking fantastic for TCB. They're just one game away from then putting themselves one series away from qualifying for that next major. And I mean, if they can repeat this kind of performance, they will definitely be a scary team moving forward, because reminder, family was the #1 seed in this group. TCB were behind them. So picking up this win is big.
Let me tell you something, Steve Kangas.
Yeah?
The first tournament I ever cast of the WNS, I was like all excited to cast, and then I got tagged in a tweet. And I was like, what's this tweet?
Yes.
I'm like getting all pumped to cast. Why is my phone buzzing? And because my Twitter settings are pretty strict, I only get tagged by my friends.
Okay.
And it was Smacks, and Smacks had tagged me in a correction because Tilt City Banditos had tweeted out. They said, "We're playing in the tournament today. I sure hope our favorite casters, Steve Kangas and Alt Battery, are playing."
You're just gonna call us out
personally,
like that?
Devastating. Devastating. But you do have fans out there, and that's important. I'm here for you in this moment as your favorite team are stepping up.
Tilt City Banditos are fantastic on Twitter. Go give them a follow if you haven't already. They got some fun content that they put out there on their socials.
Yeah, like dunking on me casually.
Casually. But this is your opportunity, TJ. You can now make Tilt City Banditos a fan of yourself.
Absolutely not.
Pressure's on. Pressure's mounting. I feel like that's not your vibe, though. Like, you're just indefinitely the heel of the WNS, and I think you're really living up to that.
So I know what that means. I know heel is like a villain. That's a wrestling term, right? That's from wrestling, right?
Yes. I mean, I think it's a general term, though, right? Like, most people understand what a heel is. But essentially, the person that we love to hate. Not that we hate you, TJ, but, you know, we need somebody on the broadcast.
You just said you love to hate me.
Somebody on the broadcast to take that on, TJ.
Sure. But I had never heard the term heel until, like, the last 5 years, and then I feel like everyone's using it. So I feel like I missed something. I've never watched wrestling. Maybe I need to get into wrestling.
You absolutely should. I would recommend it. As somebody who doesn't watch wrestling, it is hilarious and fantastic content. Honestly, I think we need a little bit more WWE vibes, you know, on this show. That'd be the goal.
Yeah.
We can do like some.
If anyone wants to just slam me through a steel chair, well, you're on.
I more meant from the
Let's
commentary
go.
side. Like let's get some big intros in. Let's get like the players. I want to see like Starting and Truth walk onto a stage with like fire shooting out behind them.
And then
they're just
put my head
crazy
through a
costumes.
desk.
Yes.
And just like boom.
And then
me
you're under the
through the
desk and you jump out of the desk and hey,
No.
I'm casting these games.
I'm down. I'm hurt a little bit because wrestling sometimes isn't super safe for its performers.
That is fair. There actually are a lot of injuries that happen.
I have a traumatic brain injury. It's going to be a problem in like 10 years.
Well, that explains a lot, TJ, not going to lie. We're in the pick and ban for game number 2 between TCP and FAM, though. As the set, we're got Elisa and Band away from TCP's side. Now on the blue half of the map. FAM find themselves on the red side of the map with the Thresh, Renekton, Ziggs, Bans. Varus, still blue 1.
Very happy to see Varus getting the kind of credit and acclaim that Varus deserves coming through here for Logical this time, and I'm hopeful that Logical will play a better Varus than we saw in that last game. Will look a little bit more comfortable on it than Soju was. Again, though, Varus does require a very specific composition. You need 2 things. You need a front line that's capable of protecting the Varus, and you need somebody who can chase down the low HP targets that Varus isn't capable of finishing. Because Varus, played well, is playing at max range, is dropping a lot of people low, but isn't going to be able to finish those kills if they leave early.
TJ, I want to bring something to your attention here, as that was a great breakdown of the pick and ban, but if you check your Twitter at some point in the future, TCB did in fact tag you in their latest tweet as well, so congratulations. Congratulations, you have made it here. As the answer is Jason Diana locked into that Varus, so something to answer a little bit of that poke, something to go in for those hard engagements.
Yeah, so Galio is here again as the Varus defender, the Diana functioning a little bit as a takeaway here. Diana, very good champion, but also denying that extra defense in the middle of the map. So a good thing to be aware of. In the second rotation for the blue side, they grabbed an Ahri, which will function as chase down, will function as a tool to chase down low HP targets, but it does mean that we need to see tanks come out, I think, in the jungle position or in the top lane position from TCB. Ideally both, if I'm being honest.
Ahri also offers a lot of pick potential, so Charm, Varus,
Yep.
point and click, or not point and click CC, but you know, they have a lot of CC options. If anybody's out of position, boom, suddenly they're just dead, blown up, taken out of the Rift. Camille is also locked in for FAM, so another engaged tool and also potentially another takeaway as it pairs with that Galio. But like you said, TCB probably looking at some of those tanks, and FAM banning away the Wukong, banning away the Darius, so they're also taking away some of these frontline options.
I do really like Ahri into Diana, though, which is a solid matchup for them, and they very much selected that over on TCB. It will give them the tools to harass that Diana early. The problem I see is that with a team that has Jace, Diana, Camille, that's a whole lot in.
Sure.
It's a whole lot in and not very much out. No good burgers here.
The only way out is in, TJ. That's the secret to Wild Rift.
I thought, okay. That's what I was going somewhere else, but I appreciate you staying on message. TCB need to have a tanky frontline that can survive that and that can protect Consequence. Or sorry, Logical playing this Varus. Because again, ideally this Varus is very far behind the group, allowing that engage to happen on the front lines and protecting it with extra tanks.
But family are quadrupling down on this go-in style by locking in the Kaisa. So this is an AD carry, very short range against the Varus. I imagine will struggle a little bit earlier on if you get poked out, but if you're not poked out and you can follow up on all this engage, suddenly you have a lot of kill threat. But all right, we got the Garen. Finally, it's locked in.
Go! Sure, you're playing Camille top. Garen doesn't care. You could kill Garen, he doesn't care. He's still going to be there as the top lane and as a decent teamfight threat, kind of no matter what happens around him.
Okay, it is actually the Baron laner. I was going to say, or support if they want to flex around where this Galio is going, but no, there's no way. Xin Zhao locked in as well, so TCB showing their picks right now. Decent front line, I'm not going to lie. I actually am kind of liking what they put together here.
One of the Thai players is allegedly playing Ahri jungle. So, I would have been down to see that. Not
Do not
like,
tell Rafa this
I don't believe in it, but I would have been down. Anyway, I don't really like Xin Zhao as the jungler in this composition just on paper. I think like a Nunu would function a little bit better if you're just looking for HP. But Xin Zhao does offer a decent amount of late game tank, does have the tools to be a credible threat on the map early. So, sure, I don't hate it. And I want Ian to demonstrate that he understands how this character plays in this composition by getting onto Consequences or onto Logical's lane early and providing early gold to this Varus. Because this entire composition wins or loses based on the Varus' DPS output.
And then also,
that's what happens when you draft a Varus.
In the team fights, being able to use that ultimate as a peel tool. I actually don't want to see the Xin Zhao necessarily going too aggressive, looking for all the big engages. I see this as more of poke them down, pick them with a charm, if you can, and then wait for them to come into you. Because like everybody's going to be jumping into you outside of the Lulu. And if you already identify that in pick and ban, that means the TCB, they have a pretty clear avenue to play this one out, but can they actually find those windows will be the next question. As they group up here, ready on game point, match point rather, to make it into day 2 of the qualifiers. Alrighty, lower seed, feeling good against Team Fam.
Here we go. It's game time with TCB pulling out the composition I keep advocating for. Giving me the Varus I believe in. And it all comes down to, can they get early gold onto the Varus? Can they deliver on the second half of the promise?
And let's look at where Ian's pathing then. The Xin Zhao starting on the bottom half of the map, which usually means that you'll be pathing to top side, which then, of course, would mean not going for those early ganks. But who knows? It could just be a full power clear bottom side into a bottom lane gank. I do still sometimes see junglers get a little creative with it.
Yeah, I think the other place... Yeah, here we go. Clearing Krug, so this will be a late show into the bottom side. The other thing that we should draw attention to is that Garen should mean there is no activity topside at all. You do not need to go top. Garen has it handled. He's playing Garen. He'll be fine. Show me more in this bottom lane.
Speaking of showing more, Ian did show in that tri-bush ward that was placed down by the side of Fam. Yeah, so they know that Ian's here. Not finding the gank, but will commit to the scuttle. Has cleared out the entire bottom side. Soju Rain's actually walking up, gets taunted. That's a little too close right there. Soju's in trouble. Flash forward by Ian, going for the charm a little wide. Now Cosmic Soul jumps in for the fight as well. Turns it back out of Ian. A couple more autos might get the kill. Ian finds it first, though. It is traded back, but now Throne's way too far forward. Soju over the wall will answer back. 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
Logical spends the first half of that fight a little bit distracted by Zin's Lulu. A little bit kind of auto-attacking Lulu instead of anyone that his team is fighting. Don't love that as a start. It does work out for TCB. Ian does make it work, and they do end with even trading. And we play towards top scuttle.
It was very close, though. That could have swung either way, honestly, as now Ian in another fight right now. Throne and Cosmic Soul both here. Put your damage on the same targets, Academy and Ian. They're not necessarily combining right now, as now they turn their attention on the Cosmic Soul. Consequence joining in, but it's too late. Daki gets the first kill. Chase on the Throne. Ian and Consequence very low, but they will not catch Taki. He can still run away.
When will you learn that there are consequences to your actions?
I feel like there was a better time to crack that one out, TJ, but I do appreciate it. Kill picked up in that Dragon lane. Chicken Lady taking a couple turret shots, but gets out just fine.
Really, really good play by Consequences in that fight. Kind of coming in and cleaning it up. I think you did highlight a very key problem that TCB are facing so far, which is that they have really high DPS characters, and they're not syncing it up. And with a composition like this, especially as we go late game and so much of their damage is concentrated in logical, they absolutely have to be on the same page in team fights. So it's a bit of a worrying sign.
As we get a replay here of what happened in the Dragon lane, Soju's just super low. Was waiting for the wave to come in. This is greedy. Yeah, you just have to back here. We've talked about this before, EJ. If you're against the Varus lane, you cannot stay.
Oh, yeah. If you're against a Varus lane, the bottom third of your HP bar isn't real, and you have to admit that.
Very lucky for Zine to hit level 5, too, because like Zine would have died there if did not take level 5.
Yeah. Dragon fight here, Infernal Drake should be first priority for both these teams. So expect to see some scraps here. I think there is advantage to TCB, but a lot of their damage now is concentrated on Logical and Ian, so they can burn down Logical.
Actually, give it to Fam. They go right onto Logical. They have the full committal. Logical still alive, and finally will go down. Chicken Lady with a really good heroic entrance. And now the turn. Ian on a killing spree will chase down Zine. Soju in trouble as well as the flashes go over the wall. Triple to the Xin Zhao, and Dragon secured.
And we're still in that kind of off-ramp where the Xin Zhao has enough damage to do that. You did have a full team fight around him. You did have Logical kind of caught out of position, or not out of position, but certainly in an awkward position. But the rest of their team was able to play through the Xin Zhao and offer enough damage from Academy coming online, from Chicken Lady hitting a really good ultimate to stall out the fight. TCB turn and reinvest their damage forward.
And then, as well, Toki tries to push in the mid-wave and has to burn Flash while the top lane's shoved in. This is a massive swing to TCB. Off of very strong team fight performance, objective secured, more gold in their pocket. They get the Herald, and they're running away with it again. I mean, we saw what they were able to do in the last game, even when they were behind in gold. Well, how about an early gold lead?
Well, pressure in all three lanes now. Fam will take the first turret down bottom, but the Rift Herald will charge, giving early gold over to kind of the three characters I least want gold on. This is going to make the tanks bigger, which certainly doesn't hurt TCB's win condition, but I would have much preferred to see them playing around Logical still, getting as much gold as possible onto their Varus.
It is interesting when you look the total gold in favor of TCB, but the individual gold in favor of Soju. Despite playing the short-range Kaisa, has been able to pick up a kill, a couple assists, more CS, and survives there. That's Ignite down.
Yeah. Miscoordinated, though, because that should have just been Logical stepping forward.
Yeah, he had the ult.
If Chicken Lady is going for the engage, probably is going to land the taunt with that kind of engage. So what you need is Logical to be in range to auto-attack 2-3 times and then land the arrow as a punish. And if you do that, I don't know if you get the kill, but you certainly hurt Soju Rain. You certainly make them have to reset and back. And that would be huge, because Soju would then miss a wave of CS. So it's a free opportunity to do at the very least that. And they're not able to do it just because they're a little mistimed, a little miscoordinated. It doesn't seem like there's good enough communication as to when different members of TCB are engaging onto targets.
And this is something that we've seen be conducive of most of North America, as Toki picked off in that Dragon lane. Good mechanical skill, impressive performances individually, but sometimes not all the pieces coming together. TCB is still making it come together enough here to find an advantage for themselves. Doesn't have to be every single play that's perfect. It just has to be enough to get that win, and currently they're putting themselves in a really comfortable position to do so.
Consequence here isn't in danger. Might look like they're in danger.
Oh, he might actually be in danger. As he flashes forward. Demacia Justice does not get the kill. Cosmic Soul could potentially turn this. As the shield, Logical could be in trouble. Oh, he's got the arrow. He's fine with the bladed stacks, but Toki's here too. Picture in picture, we see the fight happening around the Dragon Pit. Hextech Ultimatum used. Toki diving under the turret. He's taking a couple shots. Logical with the flash! Logical with the outplays! Makes it a 1-for-1 trade, as now we finally get to see the action happening around the Dragon Pit. Academy jumping back in. The Sharp lands on the throne. Damage down. Double kill! Zine will answer it back.
The Raptors burn down the last 10% of Academy's HP. Here comes Consequence to try and turn things back around after a kind of flubbed fight in the top lane. Weird flash, given that they had reinforcements coming in. Here's what happened in the bottom side from the beginning.
It was a fight over the scuttle. It's just Throne and Zine spotting out two members, and they look to contest. They don't stop the scuttle take, but they take the fight after.
Yeah, and then this fight goes very well for Academy, who's just able to jump a lot of damage over the wall, has the right order of operations in terms of target selection, then accidentally aggroes these birds.
Yeah. That was a lot of awkward damage. There's now another pick here for TCB. They find one, they find two. Soju with no flash. Or rather, that's Throne. Throne picked off there in the Dragon lane. And right as Dragon's up here, TCB can just turn to the objective.
You ever played those old Zelda games where if you hit anyone, all the chickens come out?
Yep. Well, usually you have to hit the chicken a couple of times. Yeah, you get a couple warning shots in there.
Majora's Mask? What was the one that came out on the Nintendo DS?
That was both. Wait, the DS or the 3DS?
Spirit Tracks.
Spirit Tracks. There you go. I was gonna say
the Wii was Majora's Mask, right?
Oh, all right. Do we need to do a history? I know that you're on the young side here, TJ. Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time were N64.
Re-released on Wii. I know that wasn't the original platform, but it was re-released.
Sure. I mean, it wasn't remade. It was remade on the 3DS. As we have a fight happening right now in the mid lane. Fam losing this one as well. Toki goes down. Killing spree to Logical. And, yeah, this game's looking great for TCB. Again, they're just winning some of these scraps at the right moments. They'll get, again, Dragon 2 Herald in a row.
No, it was the one with the grappling hook. That
was Twilight Princess that came on the Wii. You could play Majora's Mask on the Wii. I mean, on the Wii U shop.
I know
or
that.
The Wii
I played
shop
it on the Wii. That's. Yeah. Don't lie to me about my memories.
No, I'm just saying, it doesn't really count as like I guess it is a re-release because it's the same game, but it was remade for the 3DS. Regardless, sure. Yes, you hit the chickens, they attack you. It's a funny mechanic.
TCV with a massive advantage in this game. And it's not, you might be like, massive advantage, TJ, that's not very much gold. That's my U voice. It's where the gold is that matters. You can see with the RA completing Rabadon, she's going to be able to basically one-shot anyone she charms. The Garen has a massive lead, which means that it's going to be very difficult to kill the Garen. And there isn't really the resources to get through the tank line over on the FAM side. Because Toki's behind. Because Soju is behind.
Look at he's just walking up. He just walked at Toki and forced the flash out. He was so afraid of the chain of corruption. And now that's another turret cracked here. Everyone from FAM are focusing on the mid lane, and Consequence just runs up here, says, I can deal with this. Cosmic Soul looks for the engage, not quite landing it. As now Toki knocked up. There's the Chain of Corruption on the Cosmic Soul. They caught out the Diana. Flash is available. Oh, but the immediate charm from Academy timed perfectly. Consequence does die in the mid lane, but more action bot as FAM have to defend TCB's onslaught.
They need to back.
They're up. They're alive.
They need to reset. This is actually going to be a second turret taken in mid lane. Very well played by Soju and Throne to just recognize that they're losing in the team fights and play the map as a response. When you're behind in gold, this is how you get back in it. They challenge the map and force a response, and then rather than fight in mid lane, they rotate up to top where they're going to get a whole bunch of CS, and what do they do the entire way? They clear out jungle, which is doubly effective. Not only are they taking jungle away to put in their own bank accounts, that's jungle gold that TCB aren't going to be able to farm.
Maybe they can turn this into another turret, but honestly, they're probably staying too long right now. But they have the vision, so they can spot out members of TCB coming, and they will not overcommit. Back, reset, spend that gold that they just earned, like you were talking about, taking jungle camps away, taking turrets away, and we still have a relatively close game. 12 minutes, 20 seconds on the timer. Only a 2k gold lead here as Consequence taking some damage. But Throne's not enough alone. Soju Rain not committing.
So now this is doable. We were talking about Zelda for a bit. We were distracted for a little bit because it didn't look possible for FAM to get back in it. That mid lane play, I think, actually does put them back in the game because Soju Rain is the most farmed member of the team, and it gets much better with that BAP play. They get Soju Rain a lot of gold, and he's the member they need to have a meaningful gold advantage. Also Toki, but that ship has sailed. But they need Soju to have a meaningful gold advantage in order to get past the tank line, because Kai'Sa is kind of the only sustained damage threat. Here you go. Here's Soju ready to fight. Now they need to deliver.
Oh, but Soju already chunked out from one arrow. Academy jumping forward. Massive chunk of the Zine. Wild Growth is available.
Watch Cosmic.
Let's use it on the front line, though. Consequence running forward. Cosmic hoping to find that engage. Consequence just stopping the Diana from going in, but forces their way forward. Logical has to pop the stopwatch. Academy there as well. Logical outputting the damage, and the carries are safe. TCB have done it. The front line has kept everybody up. Double kill the Consequence before he goes down, but TCB, the work is done. Team fight win, 2 for 3, and now they can look to chase other members of FAM.
Ooh, a really hard fight there, because Throne does everything right, drops the Hextech ultimatum, and forces a stasis out of Logical, which should mean a team fight win, as the main damage dealer is basically AFK for the first moment of the team fight. But if you watch Soju Rain, they do not manage to put the damage out that they need to during that time. They are zoned off the fight. Here, not in the fight, now they deliver, but then they get split. And for this entire duration, they are not doing damage. There is no DPS output, and the fight is over before they can contribute.
And then tries to reposition here, maybe get a kill into Logical, but Logical actually gets the honey fruit in the river, so survives through it. Yeah, again, TCB just a little bit cleaner on these team fights, on these big objectives. Now 3 dragons in their pocket. I'm not going to say it's over. You know, you never want to call this too soon, and a 5,000 gold lead plus 3 dragon advantage. It's a lot, but there's still a chance for FAM. It's just going to be that miracle look for them. Try and find that pick. Try and find somebody isolated, because you are not winning these 5v5s.
Yeah, and it's I want to stress, when I say, oh, Soju Rain's not doing damage, there are a myriad of reasons that could be happening. Not all of them his fault. But when you are the primary damage dealer for the team, you have to deliver on, and it wasn't happening.
And things bad to worse for FAM. They're looking for the picks in the side lane, but instead they get picked themselves. Soju Rain actually doing a lot of damage to Logical in the 1v1. Kaisa maybe gets it, but Logical just barely survives long enough and has the backup. Oh, what's happening
Quite
here?
easy for Logical to kite, even if that trade goes the opposite way. The rest of the team comes through and gets the kill, so...
They're just dead. Yeah, they're in a 2v5 scenario. Really rough spot. That's another pickup for TCB. Look at Cosmic Soul, though.
This sort of thing that I think speaks to the larger issues that we're seeing from FAM and TCB that both teams, I think, need to improve on, which is just coordination on the map. Knowing what players your team is targeting, knowing how you're going to win the fight.
1v1 kill. I mean, TJ, you're talking about the movement around the map, but Cosmic Soul actually kind of saves the play for FAM. They lose the Baron, but he picks up a turret and a kill down here.
Yeah, if he'd gotten an inhib, it would have been really sick.
Yeah.
FAM have actually played decent macro in terms of how they're splitting the map. I gave great praise to Soju Rain's mid push earlier, and I hold to that. Very good play. Unfortunately, it's not showing up in their team fights, and TCB a little bit weak on target selection as well sometimes. Just something that both teams, I think, need to tune up. Because you can see the talent is there. They're very good mechanical players.
We see TCB just have this killer instinct. They're looking for these picks. They're looking for these kills. Awesome. We get a replay of actually Cosmic Soul in this one going, because a lot of it was on the mini-map that I was watching. Or is that the ultimate? And then he goes for the dive at some point. Academy actually took it. Yeah, Academy thought that he...
I don't know. You can just sit behind that turret. That's okay. Yeah. You don't need to you don't need to get a kill there.
A little bit of outplay, a little bit of misplay, a little bit of both, as 15 seconds till this next Dragon's on the table, and this is Elder. This is going to be probably the game-ending play. If FAM can find some way to win this fight, they're back in it.
Does Consequence have TP? You should have TP.
He's still pushing this Baron lane.
The scoreboard.
Yeah, if we can take a look at the
I don't think it's a huge problem
quick.
if he doesn't, but FAM should be fighting here.
FAM need this. Toki, though, mispositioned for the rest of the team. Academy goes forward. Oh, Soju's just dead! The combined power of the RA plus the Varus, but that's a big ultimate from Cosmic Soul. Maybe they can get something done here. Ian's going forward as well. Logical. He's out! That's FAM! That's FAM winning the fight! Are you kidding me? Consequence is still ending the game. Consequence is on the Nexus. Let's take a look. How much does he have? The Baron minions are there. Cosmic Soul's got to clear the wave, but Consequence is looking at the Nexus. He's just trying to end the game. 3 more auto attacks, and it's his. He's polymorphed. Consequence is polymorphed, but he's got the kill. The Nexus falls, and that's game. That's series to Tilt City Banditos.
I need to see whether or not he had a TP. Show me the scoreboard, because I need to know if the plan was for him to teleport into that fight, or the plan all along was just him letting his team lose a 4v5 so that he could win the game.
I mean, if the plan was to TP, and he does.
He did have a TP.
Why didn't he TP? I'm actually very surprised. Maybe the call was, hey, we killed Soju, so now it's a 4v4. You don't need me anymore, and you're just going to win the fight. But Cosmic Soul's big ultimate there turned
it. Doesn't work like that because you invest all those tools to kill Soju, and Academy doesn't have any cooldowns left, right? So you do still need to teleport in if you're Consequence. I mean, it worked out. He didn't need to teleport in. There's no problems here. Everything went great.
Results-based analysis, TJ. Come on. TCB. What a weird way to end that game, but definitely entertaining. TCB with the 2-0 over FAM. A reminder that FAM were the team that made a pretty deep run at the last major, only losing to Immortals, beating out Cloud9 in the lower bracket before then losing out to Tribe Gaming and just barely snuffed from the top 4 in auto qualification into the second major here. So this is a pretty big win for TCB. They're going to be leaving this group as #1 seed.
And I think that means a pretty big shakeup. I think this is obviously very good for TCB. I would also say this is really important for FAM because they have been winning a lot of their games on mechanical skill. Some of their players didn't show up today. I think this was a rough day for Soju. But they still overall had that mechanical skill, and it wasn't enough. And that's going to continue to be a problem for a lot of these teams in North America. Cloud9 are certainly feeling that as well. You need to be delivering on a team play level, in team fights across the map. You need to have the complete package to stay near the top of the pack here in North America.
Big plays coming in from TCB. This is an org that's been around for a bit. I don't believe that they are officially signed as like an actual, like what we would consider a top tier esports org, but regardless of that, they're punching pretty heavy right now. This weight class is still difficult, even without the top 4 teams in North America present for this specific qualifier. But they're showing time and time again that they're willing to show up. They're willing to put on these performances, and I'm liking what we're looking here. If we're looking at star player now, kind of bringing the conversation into individual performances from that last game, I'm kind of leaning towards Academy myself. I'm not sure where you're at with that, but Academy's Ari was really clean.
No, we're aligned. If you looked at the end game, Academy was the damage dealer for this team. I'm a little disappointed with Varus's. Oh, why are we talking about Academy right now? This is a rough play. He did super well and then got auto attack down. But the play from Academy in terms of finding engages from his team was really critical. The way he was playing this Ari as a engagement tool in team fights is hard. You need to know your limitations and know that your team has a safe space created for you to reset to is kind of the difficult part there. You need to play using the team as a fortress wall that you can drift behind. And Academy does that very well here.
Exactly. The Ari is one of those champions where if you're not finding charms in the late game, it usually means that you're not that impactful. Academy was doing both, though, finding charms and still outputting big DPS because of the positioning. Now, a lot of that is that they had a big front line, a lot of champions for the Ari to hide behind, but you still have to actually execute in those moments. So congratulations to Academy, getting both of our vote for star player off of that performance. It's fun to keep track of who's kind of leading the charge throughout these qualifiers. We also introduced the star player for the last major. It's just a way to celebrate individual player performance.
Wow!
That's some KP.
80% kill participation. Yep. That is remarkable. That actually tells a very different story. So obviously, Academy gets a lot of kill participation credit just because they're playing Ari in the middle of team fights, and Ari just casually hits a lot of people by moving through team fights. But it also definitely indicates that the rest of the team was playing around Academy's picks, that they weren't necessarily finding engages without Academy, which I don't know how I feel about that. It certainly means that Academy is the star player of the team. It certainly means that Academy should be celebrated. But it does raise, I think, some questions about their execution and the composition otherwise, and that's maybe a weakness that can be exploited in the future.
Could be as teams are watching these games, looking and doing their own scouting, because, of course, we will have more games going forward. But let's take a look at the brackets and how they're shaping out.
Ooh.
Cloud9 2-0 in their group. Hill City Banditos, these are two teams that will auto-qualify, or rather, taking the top seed in their groups and qualifying for tomorrow's top 8.
Nothing auto about it, Kangas. They worked for it. Good to see C9 up there. They needed a bounce back after the major. They had a really rough turn at the major.
And it looks like Sleeping on Us and Demons are still in their series right now. So that's the only one that has not played out to its full extent. And that one, again, was probably going to be one of the closer ones that we had at the 1-in-1 category. Just looking at the rosters and looking at what we expected. But our next match, we already know it. We'll be looking at this Group D 16-bit Genesis versus one side, as 16-bit did drop their game. No longer #1 seed in that group.
So that will be an elimination match. Wow. This will determine who gets through. Ooh, I like that photo.
Ooh, look at that. Hi, don't hurt me right there. Put the glasses on. Giving us those eyes as the rest of the composition. Dawn, You Import, Lag, and Too Young rounding out 16-bit Genesis.
Players, send us photos.
Please do.
We promise you'll look hot. Just do it.
We will do. See, this is all airbrush. I Don't Hurt Me doesn't actually look like that.
Yeah, that's... Clearly. Well, he does look like that in real life, but sometimes it's lost in camera, so our team of Photoshop professionals,
of course,
made sure that he looked like he does in real life.
But of course, everybody from one side, a little more shy, not submitting their player photos here with Lord Poncho.
Who knows how they look? We'll never know.
Mulan Bees, Nevermind, and Sui.
Very excited for this matchup. One side, a roster you will have seen composed of players that you will have seen around. They were playing under the name Mula Vibes. Or I think just Team Mula in the last tournament. And they looked pretty scary. They pulled out the Assassin Annie, which made me very happy.
Did.
So I'm hoping to see more of that team here versus 16-bit Genesis, a roster that made a deep run, qualified for the last major. So it'll be a very good match coming up.
But that match will be after a very short break to give the players some time to get into pick and ban for that. So we'll be right back after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back as we are here for our final series of the day. One more best of 3 ahead of us between 16-bit versus One Side. The two teams currently sitting 1-1 in Group C. This is the last match that we'll have between all the top 16 before we move into tomorrow, and these are the final teams that will qualify into tomorrow's game. So, DJ, there's a lot on the line, because if you lose right here, your weekend's done. You got a Sunday off.
Well, when you put it like that, it sounds much
True,
better
yeah.
than you don't qualify for major number 2.
Well, they still have a second
really
opportunity
to
to qualify for major number 2, because only 4 teams will qualify for that second major from this qualifiers. Next weekend, we'll have some more qualifiers. So they got another life, of course.
Into the draft already, as I've been told these two teams are moving fast.
Yeah.
I'm most excited, I think, to see this 1SD roster again, because I feel like 16-bit Genesis are a known quantity. They play very well, especially around EU Import, who delivers really good jungle performances, so he's always out on the map early, providing value pretty much anywhere that they need value to come from. The Mula Vibes team, now playing under the name 1SD, is a little bit more difficult to get a handle on. They made some player swaps as well since the last time we saw them. And I want to see more from Mula, because he had 1 or 2 just takeover games in the mid lane, and we don't have very many mid laners who are currently doing that. It feels like a little bit more of an AD carry meta, so I want to see more of that.
But you see the respect that 16-bit are giving, banning out that Annie. We had seen this in their last qualifiers, where Mula did like to play that Assassin Annie, go for those engages in those fights. So instead, it's the brand locked in, and that leaves that Lee Sin and Set for 16-bit to grab.
Yeah, interesting. So the lock-in here does mean that we still have Jace on the board. Neither team has selected him. It does feel like they want to get EU Import that Lee Sin as quickly as possible.
And the answer is Lulu. So, I mean, yeah, sure, I suppose there's 2 champions that are going to be jumping in on top of you, so you can throw out that polymorph, use your shields. And they're early committing to a Vayne comp. This is bold from 1SD.
I'm not a Vayne comp fan. I'm not an early commit Vayne comp fan. If you're going to draft Vayne alongside Brand, then it is very obvious what the weakness of your team is, and everything from 16-bit from here on should be early game pressure. Everything. You already have a Lee Sin, double down on that. Oregon, it's not really that.
Yeah.
Give me more early game damage.
Early game.
If this isn't...
Yeah, go for it.
If this isn't like a Braum Lucian kill lane or something, I would actually think Braum Ashe is a little bit better. I'm going to be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, we have not seen a lot of focus on Ashe from any of the North American teams, even though in solo queue and from my experience, she is actually very strong. So that could work out incredibly well.
Played internationally.
Yeah. But Jace is still on the table, so that's taken off now from 16-bit. They didn't want it for themselves, but they will take that away as an option for 1SD. When I look at 1SD's comp, I think that they're going to be going for frontline, though. I actually don't know if this Jace ban was necessary. I feel like you need to start focusing on some of these beefy frontliners that they're going to want to put in front of the Vayne, in front of the brand.
So Gallia banned out here. I'm trying to work out what 1SD fill out the rest of their composition with, because it kind of just needs to be tanks as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Like, they need something to stand in front of these carries.
And so the Gallia ban is a little bit of a question mark for me, because I actually think they'd quite like a Gallia somewhere. I suppose they can't play it without doing weird swaps with the brand.
Yeah. They already have their support and mid lane locked in, so it would be difficult there. They have to look at the Baron lane and the jungle to actually fill out those spots.
Yeah, which means that, like, Nunu would be kind of fun. I'm always a big Nunu fan. Jarvan would be kind of fun in Ken's hands. Xin Zhao would work alright for me, because that would give you some early game response to the Lee Sin as well. Pantheon would work out alright, because that, again, gives you early game and some tank. Jhin is weird. 16-bit on the opposite side, again, give me early game. Give me a kill lane. Braum something is typically what I'm looking for in terms of those kill lanes. Because Braum can press so aggressively early.
And Caitlyn has that range advantage, so even though it's not necessarily this crazy high DPS, like, oh, we're just going to run at you, you can just poke out the Vayne. Lulu shielding will only do so much, and sometimes the Caitlyn can get her own advantage against something like that Vayne. But here's the tanks rolling in.
Do love to see a Garen.
Yeah.
Or turning it back round. Now, give me the tank jungler. Give me one of the list I just gave you.
Nunu, Xin Zhao, Pantheon. Those were the three that TJ was looking at here. I think the Nunu's the number one, not the Master Yi.
I don't want to see anymore. I'm taking off my glasses. I don't want to be able to see. It's all blurry. That could be any champion.
There's a lot of damage on this team, and not a lot of peel. I will say that. Vayne's got Condemn, Lulu's got Polymorph and Wild Growth. I guess Brand has a conditional stun.
I'm actually struggling.
Yeah, you're going to need to put those back on because 16-bit locked in the champion you were looking for. The Braum is committed to, and Braum will stop so much of this damage. Brand, Vayne, even the Master Yi to an extent, like... I think 16-bit are walking away with a clear advantage from this draft. 1SD, they're going to need to just kind of like find their way into a late game scenario, and hopefully they're not too far behind.
I think the Braum Caitlyn is very good. One thing I would flag is there aren't a whole lot of carriers for this Orianna ball. So the Orianna feels a little bit awkward in this composition because she doesn't press firm advantage in the mid lane against Brand, which is kind of what I would be looking for. Something that can balloon like the Fizz, like the Ahri, that sort of thing, would be really good, I think, and instead we kind of just have an alright mid pick. So, a little bit of a dislike there. Yeah. But overall, it's pretty clear how this is going to play out. If 1SD can get past the 10-minute mark, they probably win the game. If they are meaningfully behind by the 10-minute mark, they probably lose the game.
And it's rare that we'll see teams actually opt for this style of composition in the current meta. But hey, it's variety. It's something new. It's something we haven't seen yet today, and that's always something to get excited about because now we get to play the game of watch that clock. And also, watch these junglers. Where do they want to put their pressure? Because Lee Sin can just make a Master Yi's life pretty miserable in the early game.
That he can, and also... nobody on this team does early game damage. Like, actually nobody. So, I think 1SD even, like, shouldn't be fighting for first objectives. Trade it across the map if you can, but if they manage to lock down both early objectives, let them have it. 1SD just cannot do anything early. And this bottom lane is going to be especially brutal for that, because Caitlyn has enough range to dig you out from behind turret. This is a really good lane for Caitlyn to operate in. With Braum, you're just not going to have access to CS. Like, I think this is really rough for 1SD.
It's not going to get better. You already see Nevermind having to pick up the Honey Fruit, still pretty low in the health bar right there, getting chunked out by this Caitlyn. Walking up, just autoing every single time that there's an opportunity. And Ken is around here, but, like, actually, you can't really gank. So, no. Yeah, he's just got to keep going back to power farming, and will be spotted the entire way.
Master Yi is playing Stardew Valley right now. He should not be in any of these lanes. He should just be killing monsters and living his best life. And you can see whenever someone's like, "Are you over there killing monsters?" He has to say, "No!"
Don't look!
As quickly
Don't
as
check!
possible.
I swear I'm not on this side of the map, but he was. And
I'm doing normal things! I'm not killing any monsters!
Nothing to see here! As that is
reading a newspaper.
Bottom scuttle and top scuttle over to EU import because of that Lee Sin v Master Yi matchup. Like, Master Yi just cannot stop this from happening.
He's going to clear out some vision here. He won't have the opportunity to gank in top lane. It's a Garen. He shouldn't even really be trying, but getting set early gold is kind of an alluring prospect. So he's going to go back here again.
And it looks like the dive is actually committed right now. Dawn starts taking up the aggro. Ooh, but EU import, he misses the Sonic Wave. Lands the kick. Not the best mechanical, performance right there. But still, the attempt was made. Well, nice of by Bip.
It's a combination of him missing skills, which did happen, but also Garen just moves really fast, has a ton of HP. Look at the regen. Garen's already like back to half his HP and going. It's just it shouldn't be your target, especially when there's a perfectly good Brand to gank. I'm not a fan of the target selection more than anything else.
When I see that play from a Lee Sin, I want to see the Lee Sin walk up, jump, kick first, use Sonic Wave to follow up, because you can guarantee the hit of the Sonic Wave, because it's just a straight line. So
you can't do that because Garen can silence you. So if you go in under the turret as Lee Sin and just get silenced, the play's cancelled. So it's so difficult for to gank a Garen for that reason, because he can just cancel your play with the silence if you're in melee range, which means you need to hit the Sonic Wave from range. But he's got speed boost, so he can dodge the Sonic. It's just rough. It's just a bad target.
Either way, not working out for him. But it's still the first attempt for the Lee Sin. We'll have more windows of opportunity here. But Ken now is level 5. Dawn 1v1ing Baibapu. Oh, flashes for the Haymaker! Doesn't quite land the damage, though. Very close.
He's still playing Garen, so, you know, but it was nice. I liked it for Dawn.
Yeah, slick
No
plays.
fault of his own. We really do need to see Lee Sin presence, though. This is too little Lee Sin presence for the early game. We need to see Lee Sin leveraging the fact that he's strong at this point of the game and showing up in mid, showing up in bottom lane, and we didn't get that kind of waste of the Lee Sin's early game. Now they're going to try and convert into Rift Herald, which does make tremendous sense for them because they can press tempo advantage. The challenge here is going to be, can they get both objectives? Can 16-bit Genesis maintain their control and get both of these early objectives?
Yeah, multiple members here around the dragon. Just trying to be a nuisance here. Ula Vibes walks forward, gets a big chunk on a High Don't Hurt Me now. The Braum does have ultimate, though. Ken very low on health. Nicely done, dodging out on some of that Caitlyn damage with the Alpha Strike. And now they peel back away, but immediate Rift Herald drop in the mid lane for 16-bit.
Very good Rift Herald usage. That's going to guarantee them first turret of the game, and it will be a mid-turret at that. If they double push here, they might even get more, but they're breaking off to defend.
Too young. Looks to clear out the wave here. Ken pops the ultimate. Alpha in. Straight up damage, but not enough. And that's hard punished because he baits Nevermind to go forward as well. Everybody's got to flash away. Now the turret will fall, but big pickups for 16-bit.
Yeah, this is actually very good for 16-bit Genesis because they shut down Ken, which will stave off his damage spikes for a moment, and they maintain gold advantage across the board.
When EU import, oh, he looks for the kill, has kick. Just straight up kicks back, Mula Vibes. And nicely done from High Don't Hurt Me to block the first ability of Brand. EU Import goes back in to secure the kill. Ken rejoins the fight just to die. Does find one kill for it, but 16-bit are just walking away with so many advantages.
Yeah, 1SD shouldn't be fighting here. They should be opting to play safe till the 10-minute mark, literally. And instead they're stepping into fights, which just doesn't play to the composition they've drafted, and it's cost them tremendously across the map as they lose 2 turrets in the mid lane, most of that gold going on to Dawn, who has now got a huge chunk in his bank account. They lose kills in the bottom lane, they lose a turret down bottom, that's going to tremendously advantage to Young, who now can siege through the tanky carries on the opposite side, can match the Vayne, which you shouldn't be allowing the enemy carry to do. Kind of the only spot of light is up here in the top lane, where BP Pew does manage to deliver a turret of his own just by sitting there and turbo farming. How do you say that name?
My brain wants to say by Pipu, but I feel like if I'm saying by, I have to say pie. So by Paipu. By Paipa. My Papa's in trouble as multiple members of 16-bit hanging up around his top lane right now. Ken's here, but again, it's just a Master Yi. What are you going to do to the kick of the Lee Sin? EU Import gets the kill. Ken makes it to safety with the help of Sui, but another outer turret falling. That is all outer turrets pre-7 minutes into this game.
And goodbye 16-bit Genesis to recognize they need to move quickly. Every time they pause the game, wait on a game state, they are losing. Every time it goes even, they're losing. It's like keeping money in your savings account. You are just losing to inflation over time. And the inflation here is 1SD's late game composition. So they're going to press forward across the map and keep trying to take turrets, keep trying to kind of break the holy grail here, which is if they can take down an inhibitor turret, then 16-bit Genesis have locked in a meaningful advantage. And the clock is kind of ticking on that. Because once we get past the 10, maybe now 12-minute mark, because some of these late-game carries have taken a beating, but once we get past the 10-minute mark, 1SD are going to just have advantaged enough that they can win the game basically on a single team fight.
It'll come, honestly, mostly down to Ken for me at this point. Like, never mind on the Vayne. Yeah, there's opportunity.
Also Brand.
For pop-offs. Brand as well. But when I see Master Yi with a Lulu behind him, that is actually terrifying. So if they can just stem the bleeding and make it to that point, maybe keep trading some of these objectives, go for the second dragon, or, and 16-bit are already going for it, the Herald, but 16-bit might get greedy. They might go for both again.
I have to say, like, Ken is a 15-minute thing at this point. He's eaten some dirt this early game.
So, prolonging that clock just slightly, as now everybody's running up to the Herald. I think both have identified this is where the action is.
And this is a good fight for 16-bit to force. Here they go.
They're taking a lot of damage. Pip in trouble here. Has to throw out the ultimate early, but he's just down. Rom shield up. Shockwave onto Nevermind, and Vane's out of the fight too. 16-bit using their earlier lead and their earlier power spike champions to great effect.
And 1SD feel the pressure. They don't realize that they can't fight that. They should be on the opposite side of the map. Sure, it's only a Cloud Drake, but it's better to have a Cloud Drake than nothing, which is what they're walking away from that objective with. They lose kills. Too Young continues to grow their lead. You see that Caitlyn just delete Nevermind in that fight, and that's going to continue as 16-bit have built a large enough lead now that they're probably safe past the 10-minute mark. There is still a ticking clock, but they're doing pretty well.
6,000 gold lead for themselves. 16-bit feeling very empowered at this state of the game with 2 items completed on their carries. Lag and Too Young are both just ready to scrap it out here. There's no more objectives to fight over, so maybe there's a lull period here where 1SD can look to farm up some camps, get some waves, and then come back out for the next dragon a little stronger. But at the same time, I feel like 16-bit can just start forcing these tier 2 turrets. They can look to take this Baron or this dragon turret.
They should be doing that, pushing their waves in, as you see Dawn doing right now. I wish they had somebody down in the bottom lane playing a 1-3-1. They're instead going to force this fight up on the top side.
Oh, never mind. Oh, goes very far forward. Flash over the wall from Baipai. And I think over aggression, Shockwave onto 5 from Lag. Beautiful stuff as the re-engage comes through for Dawn. The team fight is just that clean from 16-bit. Absolutely massive right there, as only Dawn will fall.
Hyroclasm still there, Branch doing some damage in those fights, but nobody else is. 1SD fell so far behind during the early game that at the 10-minute mark, which was my cutoff, their first inhibitor turret falls, which should put them out of the game for good. That should be a nail in the coffin. They will need to last another 5-10 minutes at this point to be able to leverage their composition's inherent advantages.
TJ, I'm not even sure if they're going to last another 3 minutes right now, the way 16-bit are playing. They will not hard commit for this inhibitor turret on the bottom side, but they got the inhibitor turret mid. That is permanent super minions, providing pressure in the highest impact lane on the Rift. And Dragon's back up now, so they can just go and take this objective too. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't look like it is. Sorry, I was a little baited by the size of my mini-map.
Sometimes the, like, hollow things on the mini-map make you look. You're like, that's the Mountain Drake,
right?
It's up.
I was like, that's what it looks like when the Dragon's up. What? Wait a minute.
Cloud Drake does that to me, because the Cloud Drake thing is white, and the coming soon icon is gray. And especially when I'm playing on my phone, they just look the same.
Luckily, Cloud Drake was taken first from 16-bit, so we won't have that problem going forward here, but
other little bit of information that makes that story make sense is that I need glasses.
Oh.
And sometimes I don't wear my glasses while I'm playing on my phone.
That's such a tiny screen to try and look at if you don't have your glasses on, TJ.
Well, I'm
might have to
nearsighted, so it's all right.
Oh, okay, all right. I was gonna say I might have to rethink my, grinding solo queue with you.
It's usually just the decision making, not the.
Oh, you've seen my decision making, TJ. I think I got us
Pantheon ulting into the base to end the game.
Hey,
that's just gaming.
That Nexus only needed 2 more autos, baby. What can I tell you?
Just needed a little bit of the Kangle dangle.
A little bit of the Kangle dangle, as DJ has called it. 16-bit need a little bit more time here, but not too much to close out this game. Oh, Shockwave again onto 2. Lag has been so clutch with these. And every time, sets up the team to just knock down all these pins. Too Young going under the turret for the triple kill. Flashing, so close. But Ken actually cleaning it up. Absolute madness on the Rift. A triple kill to Master Yi. Oh, he's looking for more.
He's gonna go for 4.
Yeah, Don, you don't win this. At this point in the game, Master Yi can take these fights. That is an unofficial quadra kill to Ken.
My alarm clock's ringing! What did Master Yi miss? He woke up a little bit late.
Only missed the first quarter. He's here for the rest of the game, though. Ken, with the hero performance. If this turns into an actual Baron, they gotta rush this, but Master Yi can do a lot of damage. Brand is here too. Teleport's coming in though. That's EU Import. Trying to get the kill. EU Import's out though. He's just buying time. If he looks for the steal, he has Smite. I Don't Hurt Me and Too Young are here as well. Pi in there. He steals it. EU Import looking for team, saving the game for his own. Shockwave onto another one. That's Ken. That's the CC. That's SC down. That's the carry for 1SC. Now over the wall. Too Young just needs one more auto. That's another kill. Sweet and Moolah Vibes in a lot of trouble here. They got to back off. Never mind, it's still up to
16-bit.
They'll have to defend with 3.
16-bit have to end with this Baron wave. They have to end now, though.
20 seconds on Ken.
Master Yi will respawn in 20 seconds, and he can kill any of them.
Flag's looking at the Nexus, but Too Young's looking at the top turret, and Dawn is on the Dragon? So they're completely split on their call. They're not going for the game end.
They do get every single inhibitor turret, which should seal the deal. That should be enough. However, this composition for 1SD is so late game focused that it might just win anyway. It at the very least will be very difficult for 16-bit Genesis to end. And all of that comes from, if you didn't catch the Master Yi spiking there, I had previously said it would take Master Yi until like 15 minutes to truly come online. And I would have stood by that, except for a perfectly timed Lulu ult, as you cool down, as you predicted, Kangas. And it knocks up 2 members and just allows Ken to take more damage than he ought to, do a little bit more, push him to that 15-minute game state at 12 minutes, and he delivers a team fight, and that's given him such a gold injection. He's real scary right now.
And he has to pop the ultimate right there, though, because EU Import almost found a pick, and now in the Baron lane, Bai's in trouble too. Oh,
that's
that
a big
pick.
Mistake.
That might just be game. It's not going to be a 4v5 defense with no Master Yi ultimate. So he does have the wild growth.
Still online as well.
Yeah, Baron and Super Minions, just let the minions end. This is so easy for 16-bit. They're walking forward, and there we go. They caught the Master Yi. He's exhausted. He's in alpha. He gets 1 kill, but Ken's down. It's up to Nevermind right now on the Vayne, but Too Young on the Nexus will end the game. And that is 16-bit up 1-0.
That was real close, Steve. That was, if they have an inhibitor turret to play with, maybe that turns around. That's how scary that is. The late game composition just inevitably arrived. 16-bit Genesis did clear the time limit. They did have an inhibitor turrets down by the 10-minute mark. That was enough for them to just force the win. But there is that fight around the Baron that maybe if it gets played differently, Ken just wins the game from it. There is that moment on the push where if Too Young doesn't just laser focus in on the Nexus and make sure it gets gone, maybe if Bai doesn't get caught out in the side lane, that could go completely differently. So a very scary game 1, but also 16-bit Genesis at every turn know what they need to do to win. Know they need to punish the Garen overextension. Know that they need to burn down the inhibitor turrets as soon as they can because of the composition differential. Exactly. And that's a very good sign. 16-bit Genesis very aware of how to play that game.
Looking at those side lanes, always looking for those picks in the later stages of the game. And they had the work for it at the end, though. I mean, I think we counted out 1SD a little too early. I mean, we kept saying, oh, they're behind on their timers. It's not going to go late enough. They haven't gotten the steam rolling. But that one play from Ken, getting the quadra kill, back in the game suddenly. And then imagine they're all there for the final base defense. That game turned into a pretty close one.
I bully Lulu a lot.
Yes,
I don't like Lulu in lane.
You really do.
I think she loses lane for your team. I think she doesn't work with most compositions. I think she's pretty useless.
Oh,
what she does do is she does give about like 2,000 or 3,000 gold worth of stats on command to a single carry. And it made a huge difference in that fight. Dropped the Lulu up, made the Master Yi really big, and all of a sudden, we flashed forward in time.
It's so tough to think about star player for a game like that, TJ, because I kind of want to give it...
I know my answer.
I kind of want to give it to Ken, even though they lost the game. So, not doing that, but
I know my answer.
All right, let's hear yours then. I've given mine first.
Too young.
Too young. That's, I think, the obvious one, based on the KDA, the damage output. I was actually looking at lag on the Orianna, because some of those shockwaves were really clutch.
Good shockwaves, but Too Young's positioning in the fight is what made me. Too Young is playing these fights so well, and has such clear perspective on what the targets that need to be focused down are. The fight that got really dangerous around this one, watch Too Young chase this fight. He presses so aggressively, chasing low HP players, knowing they need to press this advantage as soon as they earn it.
And again, doing all that damage over the wall as well, utilizing the range advantage over to Nevermind.
Yeah.
This was that play, the 5-champ shockwave, but then Ken is still able to turn it. Like, it's actually ridiculous. Oh, wait, no, this wasn't the one where Ken popped off. This was the one where they lost the middle inhibitor. Yeah.
We have a lot of replays for this
We have a lot of them. There was a lot of action. This fight
There we go, this is the one.
I just want to watch Ken
And you see, again, Too Young constantly putting out really good damage in these fights. And, in fact, it is here where Too Young gets a little distracted, goes a little bit too ham, thinks the my backline's got this handled, and Ken just cleans up shop.
It was a little disgusting right there. And, like, it didn't even look like Ken wanted that fight to begin with. He was, like, hanging around turret, like, all right, guys, let's back off. Let's retreat. Oh, we're in it. All right, I'm just going to commit. And almost was enough to turn that game around. This is an exciting series already, TJ.
Right.
We're seeing such different styles. It looks like they agreed with you. They gave it to Too Young. Okay, what is that, KP?
Like I said, really good. And I think in a tournament, in a match day where I've been critiquing AD carry players for not being able to find maximum value from their characters, which is oftentimes not the AD carry player's fault. Most of the time it is about the way the team is playing around the AD carry player, etc. Too Young played that match just the pinnacle of doing it right, the pinnacle of being able to get maximum damage output, having the team around them set up to be the star player.
Also, over 1,000 gold per minute. That is
just
insane
farming, baby.
Well. Farming minions, farming
just
champions.
planting some tomatoes.
Tomatoes? That's what you went for?
Yeah.
I feel like if I had a farm...
You can grow tomatoes in your backyard.
Yeah.
They're really good for urban gardening if you live in a cramped space, because you can just put them in a pot, even indoors in a windowsill, and they will grow upwards through like a vine setup if you have one of those. And you can grow some like decent tomatoes with some love and care.
I'll have to check that out. I've always wanted to grow some plants and have a little garden.
It's hard. You need to like work on it. Tomatoes, they're like cats. They're fickle. And they'll give you tiny, useless tomatoes if you don't treat them right.
All right, noted. We'll have to talk about this later as I get my home
It's like
garden.
playing AD carry.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah. If you treat them wrong one time, they're outie. They're done
They're
with
sour.
I'm going to tell Alk that you said that. Game 2 coming up now between these two teams, 16-bit versus one side. 16-bit are one game away from making it into that next day, and one side, their tournament lives, or rather their qualifier lives for this specific qualifier, are on the line here. I want to think about this from one side's perspective a little bit, TJ. I like to do this occasionally when a team loses. Say, what went wrong? How do they correct that going into the next game? Because obviously, best of 3, they have another opportunity to bounce back here. So if you're looking at their draft, their playstyle, anything that they were doing, and say, this is the big thing that I want to see different, what's that thing?
Yeah, a composition like that needs a bridge. Full late game works very well in solo queue, works very well in low-level scrims. But if you draft like that into a team like 16-bit who do their homework, are comfortable playing and drafting for win conditions, then any team in the world is going to say, hey, we just need to land a knockout blow in the first 10 minutes, and they will draft accordingly. So I want to see a little bit more diverse of a composition. Don't put all your chips in the late game basket.
All right, let's see if 1SD have the same game plan for themselves. They're still on the blue side, but banning away the brand this time around. That was their blue 1 pick last time, and Mula Vibes did actually output a lot of damage on it.
Set, Jace, all still up. Camille was banned.
That is Lee Sin. Okay, so Ken wants to Lee Sin, take that away from EU import. Already, this is going to be a very different look, because the Master Yi was a big part of that last composition, so 1SD doing a pretty big pivot here.
And that would give them the bridge. Like, if you run back the last composition and you have the Vayne and the brand for late game damage, but you have instead of a Master Yi, you have a Lee Sin in jungle, that would deliver you the early game you need to get to the late game. So, I like it. This should just be Jace set. Like, if they let you do it, just do it.
Might as well. The set would most likely go into that support position for High Don't Hurt Me. But instead, it's North America's favorite champion in the Corki locked in.
I'm all corkied out.
You can never have too much Corki, TJ. That's rule number one of WNS.
I've had too much Corki. There's too much Corki.
The priority has actually... It feels like it's not 100% pick ban rate anymore. At least there's that. Because at the major, like every team was locking this in or banning it.
Yeah, well, if we replace it with Yasuo, I'm gonna be sad.
Hey, Yasuo's up. Be careful.
I'll just be sad.
Be careful, DJ, because Yasuo is on the table right now. And hey, Nami bubble to set it up. Could be locked in. No, Nami is interesting to see here. Yeah, usually it's paired with something like the Lucian, just because the passive synergizes pretty well. But that really locked in.
That will bully a Corki in lane if that is AD carry Corki. If this is if we're looking at a bottom lane here of Corki and Thresh, I do think Thresh is actually quite good into Nami and vice versa, so works out. If I'm 16-bit, I pivot this Corki into mid and draft a kill lane behind the Thresh. I do really love Ashe. I would love Ashe here. If you wanted some mobility, you could pull out something like a Kai'Sa or an Ezreal that can get around the Nami CC and really threaten go toe-to-toe during the early game.
How would you feel about something like a Caitlyn as well? A run back to 2Young's champion that he piloted in that last game. Or I'm also just realizing Varus is still on the table too.
Varus, you don't like to play typically into this kind of composition. I'm a big Varus fan. I'm a big Varus enjoyer, but they don't have a whole lot of tank in this draft. The Thresh relatively weak early as a tank, the Corki not a tank, and they're playing into early game pressure in the Lee Sin and the Lucian, so... I do love Varus, but I wouldn't really love Varus.
Trying to bait you with champions that I know are in your vocabulary a lot. So far, I think in order, it's like Camille, Set, Jace, Varus, and then probably in a negative way, Yasuo, because we talked about him a lot today.
Garen should be up there.
Garen should be
Garen
up there.
Fan.
Right, yeah, I do need to include him a little bit more. Garen's taken off the table from 16-bit as they also ban away the Wukong, and 1SD taking away Diana and the Jax. So... choosing some of those kind of... I'm actually a little confused with the Jax ban. Maybe this is just a pocket pick for 16-bit, or maybe this is 1SD identifying, hey, we don't want to deal with a split pusher in the jungle.
Well, he's decent in the draft so far. I think it is one of EU Import's better characters, so that may be what's going on.
Hey, look at this. Okay, so they are going to pivot the Corki into the mid lane. And Xayah locked in as the AD carry for Dragon Lane.
Whenever you're thinking to yourself, man, we could play Xayah here, I challenge North American teams to think we could also play Ezreal here. Because I do think Ezreal's better than Xayah in most situations. He does have a decent match with Thresh, is pretty good with Thresh, does offer that kind of mobility and self-defense that I asked for into the lane that has been pulled out for 1SD, so it's not the worst thing, it's also just not my favorite.
I like the Xayah into Assassin comps, but this is not an Assassin comp. This is a full engage. I don't even know. What is this?
If you do Featherstorm, the culling tidal wave Malphite ult,
it does actually work pretty well.
Storm.
Yeah.
If you do Featherstorm that, you are a hero.
There's a lot of engage.
Ezreal has a better disengage on a shorter cooldown, is all I'm saying.
And the Xinjia now as well as a little bit of extra disengage option. Honestly, the two carries have pretty good defensive tools between Valkyrie and the Featherstorm, and all the people that will be on the front line also have tools to kind of stop the engages. Set really good at blocking a lot of that. Xinjia with his own ultimate, and then of course the Flay from Thresh. So 1SD, they've kind of hyper focused on this engage style here. 16-bit don't have terrible answers to it.
I think that a lot of this is going to come down to how they play around the early game and how the Xin Zhao can influence lanes versus the Lee Sin. Okay. Because if there's a gold advantage to 1SD, then they're going to just be able to trigger this composition they have and kind of detonate any target they like. If they don't have gold advantage, then it's just not going to work. Nobody's going to care if the Malphite engages, right? Which is oftentimes a problem that Malphite falls into. If you don't have a big enough gold lead to do huge damage on your engage, nobody notices if a tree falls in the forest.
DJ, I want to bring your attention to something that production just made me aware of. And now if you look at the screen, check out on the left side, Ken is piloting the Malphite in the Baron lane, and BiPi is actually piloting the Lee Sin in the jungle. So we have a role swap.
Yeah, sure. I have my thought on that is neat.
That's it? That's all you got?
I said I had a thought, not thoughts.
Fair enough. Role swap comes through.
How did you expect a plural when I told you a singular? Come on.
How dare I? 1SD now, backs against the wall. Qualifier lives on the line here, and 16-bit at match point. One more win. They make it into tomorrow and give us a pretty quick day, TJ. We have had 2 2-0s.
Yeah.
And if we get a third, I feel gypped. I feel like we didn't have enough Wild Rift.
Well, I've got great news for you, Steve Kangas. We get to come back tomorrow.
Nice. True. Of course we do. There's always more Wild Rift action, everybody. But now let's pay attention to the action that is happening on the Rift. He talks about the early lanes and where the Xin Zhao is going to go. I might actually get back to that, as I Don't Hurt Me chunked very low. But tracking the Xin Zhao, pathing towards this bottom side of the map, and so is BiPi.
Yeah, so it's all going to be about where those carries go, and they're going to be a little bit magnetically attracted towards the bottom lane, especially over on the 16-bit side, because they really want to get this Xayah out ahead so that she can be a consistent damage threat on a team that doesn't have a whole lot of damage. It's kind of the Corki and the Xayah as your 2 carry threats. So, get the Xayah out. Oh, dear.
Nice bubble! I Don't Hurt Me just bursted down. A lot of damage traded back, as BiPi will fall too. But sweet flashes, never mind flashes, all summoners down from 1SD. End of the day, though, 1-for-1 trade.
Positive trade for 16-bit Genesis because of how quick the response was. That's going to get a support for jungler trade at the end of the day, despite this starting looking so good. Look at this predictive bubble from Sui, right on the corner. They come round right into it, but Lag jumps in with the Valkyrie, and they and Too Young are able to deliver just enough damage to turn that fight.
Much needed from 16-bit, too, because that looked like it was going to be rough. Scuttle going over and kills, but now EU Import even gets an invade right there, taking away the Krugs. I don't think BiPi will much mind that, as he's on the top.
Took away the Raptors as well. It was a full sweep, I think, of that.
Oh, that's actually pretty impactful now, as BiPi will look at the mid
lane. I don't know
lane.
if the buff was up. I don't think the buff was up, but he took away Raptors and Krugs, at least.
Again, gold taken away now. Oh, BiPi looking for the kick onto Lag, but the Valkyrie gets Lag to safety.
Good movement so far from Lag. Turning out good performances 2 games in a row. Their Orianna last game, nothing to sneer at.
Never mind, that's no dash anymore. And EU Import was there perfectly timed. Oh, never mind. That was a rough time to dash forward.
And really good punish from 16-bit. They recognize that they should be trying to get their Xayah out ahead. They should be, most importantly, trying to just stuff this Lucian in a bag where you won't notice that the Lucian can scale. And if you do early damage to a Lucian, they just kind of turn off. They just deactivate. Put the paperclip behind his head, you know? So that's why you're lurking EU Import down through these bushes to gank into lane, something you haven't seen a lot in Wild Rift. Junglers very rarely are committing that hard to finding a gank, and it catches 1SD by surprise as a result.
Oh, speaking of catching by surprise, Mula vibes with the engage onto Lag, flashing forward, committing heavily with the assistance of BiPi. That's a kill picked up right 5 seconds before objective spawn.
Very good timing, but I don't know that 1SD can instantly turn onto an objective. Do they have the resources, especially now with ultimate down?
Especially because the lane swap already came in. Oh, almost another double bubble, but Too Young with a big Feather Storm, keeping himself alive, getting the damage down, and killing BiPi. Sweet will fall as well. One more auto! I Don't Hurt Me flash, igniting. 1 tick, 2 tick, that's a double kill to I Don't Hurt Me.
Absolutely brutal. And the turned team fight in the mid lane will earn 16-bit Genesis this Infernal Dragon, which is such a big damage spike. 1SD misplaying their opportunity, turning into an awkward fight in the middle of the map where they didn't really have an advantage.
Oh, and now Dawn just gets a solo bolo under turret, answered immediately by BiPi, the classic. As a Baron laner, you're never truly alone up here. But still, it's a lot of advantage going to 16-bit. Now, if that death set is landed, that's a package. Kick from BiPi, chasing onto Lag right now. The Corki's in trouble. Gets the kill through the package burn. Is answered back as BiPi will find the kill for it.
Yeah, not a great package. It's decent placement for the package, but he doesn't have any resources on the off.
Oh! Bye-bye with the steal. Another double bubble from Sui as Nevermind comes in. The engage from Ken! And a big swing back to 1SD.
Wow!
Okay, we're gaming, TJ.
There's no math for that. There's no analysis for that. That's just great play.
We are gaming on the Rift. 1SD find a way to bring it back off of what looked like a rough setup here, but they get the steal and then the fight after. Insane stuff.
And look at Too Young's positioning in this. I actually think it's really good positioning from Too Young, because he correctly reads that if he steps forward here, it's going to go super bad. He knows Nevermind's up on the top side here, and so he just backs away. He doesn't have full damage. This is an instance, and we had a couple of times earlier where I wasn't quite sure why AD carries weren't getting full damage value, so I want to highlight that as an instance where AD carry didn't get full damage value. It's not Too Young's fault. That was a position where his team was stepping somewhere he could not follow, could not step up without it going worse for them. And I don't know if it's a communication failure, I don't know whose fault it is, but however the shot was being called for the team to go for a fight, it was impractical. That's where the fault lies, not Too Young.
And because of that, now it's an even game state, TJ. It's Herald on the side of 1SD, Dragon on the side of 16-bit, and even kills across the board, even gold as well. Mula Vibes, though, trying to 1v1 Dawn here in the Dragon lane. Dawn running away, Ken missing the engage, but as the follow-up, that's a kill.
Did he not have Haymaker? I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference, but did he not have Haymaker?
Maybe not. Maybe it was used underneath the turret. As, I don't hurt me, missing that death sentence, and just walks away.
All right. It's going fast now. Nami is like really scary in the first few levels before people have boots, but now that people have boots, it's going to be harder for Sui to land those big bubbles.
Has been landing quite a few, though. Like, these double bubbles are pretty nasty.
Really good Nami game so far.
Very impressive stuff. As now, it looks like 1SD are positioned around this top half of the map. There's nothing to fight over here. Maybe the Krugs. Maybe just finding kills. Jump onto EU Import. Nevermind is nearby. EU Import still alive, though. They're turning it back! And that's a kill! Dawn finds it. Ultimate used by EU Import. He's trying to get away. Dawn under the turret, burning down. He's still alive. Nevermind jumping in, tanking turret aggro. And they're juggling it perfectly. Ken's tanky. He can do this. The Haymaker. Oh, it's not enough. 1SD pull off the play.
But it's a trade 2-for-1 plus turret. Mid-turret falls. Too Young getting all the gold during this time.
16-bit, always looking for something else on the map here. Big pickup of the objectives. Ken's low on health. They're looking for it. Watch for lag, rather. Oh, he's looking for damage onto Nevermind. Instead, he has to flash away. Ken, he's gonna live, maybe? The bird again! Another Ignite kill as Too Young has to pop the Feather Storm. Does survive it. All right, that was a little dicey, but 16-bit, get out.
I don't hurt me. Going ham again.
He is.
Love to see it.
Oh, Mula Vibes
cost his team, though. Oh!
Big engage onto the turret. Just trades 1-for-1.
All right, it looked really cool.
Dude, these teams are going at each other right now, DJ.
It's going to guarantee the turret take. Cloud Drake has been up during this time for a moment. It's going to get burned down here. Because of the deaths, there's an auto-spawn Herald that is working its way up through the bottom line.
Will it? This might be stolen again. Bye-bye already got one of them. He's in the pit. He looks for it. Oh, it's actually secured by lag. And that means that there's a couple members in this pit where they do not want to be. 16-bit will gladly take the double kill to Dawn.
That was a really good Corki package because it's just in the pit. People are standing on it. They've got no real way out. Very clean fight. 16-bit get the Drake. Because they have the advantage, now they're going to get this Rift Herald as well. Rift Herald in the bottom lane, it looks like will take turret. So that's a little awkward, but they're going to get a chance to return the favor.
Rare that we'll see a Rift Herald on the map while another one is being taken, but just the kind of game state that we found ourselves in.
Do you remember?
Oh,
do you remember like the couple of weeks where you could just summon 2 Rift Heralds at the same time?
That was a little ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. That was awful for the meta.
It was incredible. It was the best. Give me 3 Rift Heralds.
No, too many Rift Heralds. DJ, that's Too Young in some trouble here. Ken has the ultimate. He's waiting to use it. Nicely timed Feather Storm from Too Young, but how much can you dodge? The Kennon's here for the follow-up, and again, 1-for-1 trade for the support. Oh, Moolah Vibes, you gotta be looking for more than that. So frustrating when you can only find one.
Yeah, Cannon, I think, is pretty good, but it's hard to play him through the early game through these 1-for-1 trades. The good news is, those 1-for-1 trades are going to be getting Moolah Vibes gold, and hopefully it's going to be enough gold that Moolah Vibes can deliver in these late game fights.
Never mind getting risky with it. Yui trying to jump away. Yeah, Dawn was looking for the ultimate angle. Has to throw out the haymaker just to stay alive, though. Big Nami right onto Lag, who just walked into melee range of it, and another double bubble as well. Sweet's playing this one beautifully, but it might not be enough. EU import going forward, low health bars than everybody else. But this Xin Zhao just shredded through everybody on 1SD, and now Sweet, the last remaining member. Bubble still landing. EU import diving the turret. The triple kill to Xin Zhao.
And Dawn delivering a masterclass on why you don't let Set through the draft in that fight. Able to get in there, reset the team fight, tank so much damage, they could end. Respawns here.
2 seconds on multiple members.
Take the inhibitor.
Yeah, that would be a little risky to actually go for the game end.
Okay, watch Dawn. Watch Dawn. Drops it very low, takes all the damage, manages to regen enough HP here that he goes back in to find the ult. Here he goes. Whole ult, then he flashes out and resets his HP enough that he comes back around at the end of the fight.
That's just silly right there. Set is a champion, everybody, but also EU import just charging forward, now being that kind of like reinforcement front line after the Set tagged out.
Which you need.
Exactly, yeah, that secondary line, and then Too Young can keep putting out his damage too.
Set is a champion that needs a Fortress of Solitude, a little bit of safety through which they can play in order to build space, in order to get those resets and leverage their regen, which is their real power. Their cooldowns and their regen when they're online make them the biggest, tankiest, scariest character in the game. When they're not online, they're mediocre Darius.
That's a nice way to put it, actually. As now the jungle belongs to 16-bit. After winning that fight, 6k gold lead, still on match point, reminder. So if they can close this one out, that's a quick day of Wild Rift, everybody. And a quick day for 16-bit taking second seed in their group. This is the closest match that we've had so far, based on game one. Now this one as well, but it's looking like it could close out here soon. But Don't Hurt Me, he just blind walks into a brush. Massive pick for 1SD right as the dragon spawning.
Yeah, you can't be doing that when the dragon's up. Of course they're going to be fighting for the dragon. Of course that's where their team is. A really big mistake from Don't Hurt Me.
You can't take Baron.
16-bit Genesis, what is this? Are they taking the Baron? Is that actually what they're doing?
They cannot take that Baron. Yeah, they need to get off that right now. Too Young's down to like half health now.
Yeah, they tried to take that Baron. They like fought it for long enough. They took huge damage.
iPri's taking some damage, but here's Moolah Vibes. He's slowed. He can't get into the fight. EU import wants it. Too Young caught out. Featherstorm used. Kill picked up. And he's still in stasis. Teleports are coming in. That's a re-engage from EU import. And he's still up. Too Young flashed away. Ken misses the ultimate. Nevermind's got to do a lot of damage right here. The Lucian has the Coley, but look at the end. Dawn on the Nexus. Dawn just wants to end the game, and Moolah Vibes will stop him. But Nevermind has to back. Ken has to back. Everybody from 16-bit can just charge down this game and end it right here. Super's in the mid lane. Let's see it. Nevermind's got to do the damage to save this game.
So Dawn wasn't caught out there. Dawn was in a weird position and was trying to recall, and then they realized, hang on, I can walk in behind this teamfight into a 1v3 and try and kill the Nami. And for some reason that made sense to them, and for some equally perplexing reason it was the right play, because they managed to get the kill onto the Nami, draw all the focus, drop into stasis, everyone teleports in, they flash out of danger, and lo and behold, 16-bit Genesis turn a disastrous situation into a teamfight win and a setup for this Baron.
They're right back on the map here, although EU import is on the bottom side, just reset. Now has to run out here. This is an opportunity. Lulu Vibes doesn't have the ultimate available, but almost just killed Lag straight up. Don't Hurt Me also has to flash away. The calling coming through. Very low. He survives it, though. That is crucial. Low health bars. And look at Dawn. He's still just pushing in. He's going to threaten ending the game right now. Somebody has to back from 1SD. He just proto belts in. Couple more autos. Here comes Pi. Ultimate's available. He's going to try and kick away Dawn. Ken throws in the ultimate, but Nevermind gets a double kill. Look at this Lucian chasing down in the mid lane here. It's disaster for 16-bit. Oh! I don't Herbie gets the kill as EU Import's still up. I don't know how this Thresh did it, but somehow Nevermind went down.
That's his second straight-up 1v1 kill of the game. The other one was under turret in the top lane. I don't hurt me a bloodthirsty monster, but it doesn't undo what Nevermind found for the team off camera in the mid lane, stepping into Too Young and Lag and taking them out. This now means that Baron can be attempted and the EU Import must steal.
I don't hurt me, drops down the ward. EU Import still not spotted. Oh wait, Pi doesn't get over. All right, EU Import, this is your opportunity. Get into the pit. Teleport's used. He pops the ultimate. Does not confirm the steal. But can they win the fight afterwards? Pi still up. They're winning the fight. Ken goes in. On to High Note Herbie. Now Too Young has finally joined in. Double kill to Ken. But Too Young's just chasing forward. That's a bubble. That's a bubble, but the Sonic Wave missed from Pi. So 16-bit, they don't lose their AD carry. But 1SD, they get away with the Baron.
Perfectly timed engage from 16-bit. But it is not enough for the steal, and this Baron will mean that we've slowed down the game pace. With the inhibitor turret broken, it's almost impossible for them to turn the game around, but the Baron will buy them time, and it brings them time to get their carries online. What carries? Well, it's going to be the cannon really delivering. Now, with Rabadon's Death Cap already complete, every AP item has double value, and this is going to be a massive power swing in teamfights if the Slicing Maelstrom can land. We're going to have a big one coming up, as this Elder Dragon will determine the game.
It's still so scary, though, because, yes, I mean, you're hitting your 200-300 power spikes. Actually, now that I look at it, Nevermind has a big gold advantage here. 4 items completed. At least more than Lag. Too Young is still keeping up with that, but Dragon is the next focus right now. All right, who gets it? Set up early for 16-bit with that Scuttle take. That feels good to start.
And they've got those super minions in mid, which are going to be such a problem for 1SD.
Don't walk in. I don't hurt me. He's hit by the bubble. Pi-Pi's just right there. I don't hurt me again. Chunked out at the start. Package used defensively from Lag. This is not how 16-bit wanted this fight to go.
Look at Dawn just constantly resetting the minion pressure in mid, though. Constantly forcing 1SD to drift away. And that cancels their initial take. Buys enough time for the reset. And they're still going to have to 5v5 team fight.
And an ult. It's used immediately, just pops them! Massive damage to start. Now watch for the re-engage from Ken. He can look for it. He finds it. Too Young just can't get the damage out that he needs to. And this could be a sweep for 1SD. That's GA popped from Pi, but that is it. Everyone's alive. Too Young will just watch as every turret will fall. Try it by time, but 30 seconds. This could be the game. 1SD, you gotta push for it now.
It should be. This should be the game.
This is it. They still have a cannon minion. 5 members strong. There's no way the Too Young can make it work. Flashes away, has the heal, still goes down. And the Nexus is focused. No more sweeps to close out the day as the Nexus will fall. 1SD. Focus it down. All right, it's getting kind of close. They got the wave and they got the game. We got a series, TJ.
What a game number 2. Absolutely incredible turn. Late game Lucian, a rare occurrence, finds a 2v1 in the middle of the map that just builds an opportunity, an advantage for 1SD. As 16-bit get a little frisky, take a couple of risks, and you can see what happens in that late game team fight when the Slicing Maelstrom goes off.
Literally, that goal just swings. That's not even a swing, that's just a straight line to the top to a victory of 1SD. Moolah vibes, finding the engage, Ken consistently following up, Nevermind doing the damage. And I don't hurt me, I hate to say it, but again, walking close to that brush, you need to drop a warden. You need to make sure that you can see where the enemy is setting up, but it's always going to be tough to walk into that cannon regardless.
We're supposed to decide a star player here, and the decision's very easy for me. Do you want to do the game again, where we go 3, 2, 1?
3, 2, 1. Nevermind.
Sweet.
Sweet. Okay.
Yeah, Nevermind only gets the opportunity to come online because of Sweet hitting bubbles all game. You see he does 14,000 damage that game, which is remarkable.
That is a lot as an Ami.
And Yeah, Nevermind does very well in the final half of the game. The reason they get there? Sick bubbles. Lots of water.
The reason I think Nevermind is that I think that the Lucian was necessary, and picking up especially that double kill in the mid lane off screen that happened in that one fight kept them in the game. But you know what? I think you've convinced me. I'll get on the sweet train as well, just because the bubbles were consistent, and they were the thing that kept them alive early on in the game as well. And if you don't have those early bubbles, then hey, things probably fall away from there. So all right. We're in agreement. Sweet can take it for this time, for both of our votes at least, but we'll see what production.
The support bias continues over here at twitch.tv/WildRift Esports.
See, I told you this would be a problem, because I also usually will say, hey, let's not forget about the supports, include them in the conversation. So we got two of us now. This is dangerous.
I got mocked for that. You need to get Degon back in here to mock me for caring about the supports.
Oh, well, what position does Degon? I feel like he's an AD carry main, right?
I don't know. I'll need to, he's avoided playing with me, but I feel like I can follow him through. I know when we played Valorant together, he was jet main, and he was, dashing into entire bomb sites as the jet main, so...
Well, I imagine that, yeah, it's a pretty standard AD carry play as well. I feel like...
Feels like AD carry or something aggressive. Feels like someone who wouldn't respect the amount of hard work that a support puts in, you know?
Every AD carry, anybody who, hates supports, I always assume they're an AD carry main, because most AD carries will just blame their support for everything that happens in the game, regardless of...
Yeah, and it's like, I can win this lane for you, but I can't win the game for you, you know? And that's how I feel pretty consistently.
But Swede was the one that was a big impact in that win there for 1SD, bringing it back here, and does win the star player of the series. Again, that's a lot of damage for a support. That was very close to that Xin Zhao
Look at the KP as well.
Yeah.
Look at the KP as well. Just delivering in terms of the entire early game is all assists set up by Sui. Set up by the support, finding huge bubbles, finding huge tidal waves. That mid-game fight that paused the game, that they did, technically lose on some level, but it was an even enough trade that the game extended. That comes from the sick tidal wave.
And, you can make a montage of all these double bubbles that Sweet lands.
I think we're watching it
too. Yeah, we're probably just going to get a treat of it. And, I mean, props to 16-bit for equalizing a lot of these plays. They had control. They had really good performances, a lot of team fights, but, 1SD were able to answer back on a lot of these plays this time around.
Yeah, and I don't... I hope have it on camera here, but however it was that Too Young stepped out of position and that mid-advantage was found, was the turning point of the game. And the fact that Too Young just got caught out, maybe got a little bit frisky with the Lucian, is only punishable as a game-ending mistake because of everything that happens before it, because of how well 1SD stay in the game for this entire period.
It's going to be a close series now, DJ, because 1SD have shown that they are willing to play a super late-game scaling composition. They're also willing to play this kind of wombo combo, but more focus on an early-game composition. But even in that, they just execute well in these late-game stages. So,
we'll say, the Malphite is useless. If you're watching these replays, Malphite is just a useless champion, not even a champion.
Hey, he can find engages. Board. Come on.
No. Nothing the Malphite does. And it's not Ken's fault. Ken's a good player. They're just stuck playing Malphite. Hey, sucks to be stuck playing Malphite.
I am a Malphite apologist. I will defend the Malphite pick. I do think
but you play Pantheon the support, so...
I know. Well, sometimes. I mostly play Pantheon Baron lane. Everybody... Smacks keeps quoting me as a Pantheon support player. Rafa calls me a Pantheon support player. I'm a Baron laner. I don't know why it
made such an impact on our ELO that we, remember it.
Maybe fair enough. As we get ready for this final game of the day, though, we want to remind everybody of what these teams are playing for and the format of the entire circuit as a whole. So a reminder, there are 2 qualifiers. This is the first qualifier, and this is where we have the group stages playing out. That's what's happening today. Tomorrow, on Sunday, we'll have the top 8 teams from day 1 competing in a single elimination bracket, and that is to go into the top 4. So if you win your first series, you're in. You're in the second major. But, of course, from that point on, you're competing for seeding. And then that major 2 there, TJ, that is what everything is leading up towards.
Yep. So 2 teams qualify from this qualifier, 2 teams will qualify from the next qualifier. We'll have 4 more teams to add to the pool at the major, where the top 4 in North America are already waiting. And here's the prizing. Here's what you play for if you make it to the major.
Total of 150K on the line throughout all of the events. That's a lot of money. But each of the majors, you can see the total that you can earn from there based on your placements, and then the overall championship prize pool at a pretty 80K. So,
what was that? Ooh.
That's dollars. That's
okay.
Money. Yeah.
This is a lot of money. I get it. I'm with you.
I'm happy that we caught everybody up. Well, let's catch everybody up now.
Behind a little bit, but I've caught up.
We'll catch everybody up as well for pick and ban, because this is it, DJ. The final game of the day, 1-1 on the scoreboard between these 2 teams. Let's see what they bring to the table here. 1SD find themselves on the blue side yet again. All right, all 3 games.
And I will note that 16-bit Genesis have banned this Annie first ban every single time, which does speak to what an impact Muller Vibes made with it last time they played.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, the Annie, the Proto Belt, Luden's Echo rush every time just kind of blows people up. So off the table, but Nami first picked from 1SD.
Over Jace here, who is still in the pool. The other character I always cite is you have to ban. 1SD did ban this set. They had an experience with it last time, didn't like it very much.
Unlocking into Fiora as well. We have seen this banned a couple of times today, especially against 16-bit. I believe that this was banned in the first game, and now they grab it for themselves, so we get to see why it's banned against them.
I think Fiora is quite good still. She's especially good into set, for instance, but we don't have set. Her downside is she isn't a tank. She doesn't provide that front line in the same way. So 16-bit either need to full commit to having enough CC that doesn't matter, or to having enough HP that doesn't matter. And so far with the brand lock-in, I don't know if this is in Too Young or Lag's hands, but it is restricting that pool of characters that can be drafted to provide CC or HP.
Lucian is the answer from 1SD. They're running it back. Nevermind had a good performance. Sui had a good performance on the Nami. And those were the 2 that we were actually debating who should get the star player. So they're giving those top performers their comfort picks yet again. The difference this time, I feel like 16-bit should have a better answer for this lane. You know, grab something that can either scale a little bit better or shut it down. I mean, already the brand would be kind of one of those options if they pair that in that dragon lane.
Sure. I'm a big brand fan generally. Like, I do like brand, but what I'm struggling with here is that brand is actually very good into HP compositions, into slow-moving, big tanky front lines. Mm-hmm. And what we've got here is actually relatively high mobility. It's going to be pretty easy, for instance, for Lucian or Xin Zhao to dodge out of Pyroclasm, or for Nami to heal through that initial burst. So, I'm not sure if I like it into this composition.
Yeah, we'll see what 1SD drafts for their final 2 picks, because of course they could always opt into some of those frontliners, because they will still want somebody else to frontline. The Xin Zhao can't really be like a primary frontliner, as it were. And 16-bit also have this Gragas now as a little bit of disruption. So if Lucian ever aggressively jumps forward, he can be knocked in, or it can be used as a disengaged tool. 16-bit have a lot of flexibility, so
Gragas works very well as ranged engage if you want to pull somebody from the back of compositions in particular. Like, it's very good into, like, Gragas and stuff. But again, you don't really have anyone operating in the back line of this composition. The only thing that it could really pull, I guess, is the Nami, which could be big. So look for those casks to target Sui and pull the Nami out of the composition to a position where they are targetable.
Yeah, you got a bubble? Well, I have a giant barrel that will explode. Doesn't knock you out, but it knocks you back towards it. Huh?
Is that legal in California? Or?
Well, no. I on Wild Rift, obviously it is.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a video.
Thought you were just admitting to a felony, so I was.
No, please do not take whatever I say on this cast as serious truth.
Legal evidence. I'll see you in court.
Nah, it's League of Legends, not Legal Legends, TJ. As no ban comes in from 16-bit, they do miss one, but they take away the cannon. And lock in Rakan.
I respect taking away the cannon. It was good in Muller Vibes' hands. Muller Vibes, I think, is running into champion pool issues. I do think we haven't seen the kind of dominant performance we saw in the past. with that Annie. So I'm very curious to see what Mula Vibes will pull out.
I played the Brandon game 1, and then of course the Kennen in game 2. With Kennen and Annie taking up the table, we know that Mula Vibes at least likes to play more AP champions. Also, 2 of those champions very good at engaging. This is a Teemo.
Do you think that's going mid or top?
I feel like Mula Vibes plays Teemo. I don't know why. I get
Mula
Teemo vibes.
Teemo. I don't like Teemo mid though. That's the disconnect happening in my head.
And it
like,
does.
Teemo mid, that's not real. But I'm also like Mula Vibes 100% plays Teemo.
Yeah, 100% does. I do think it would be a better matchup though into that Fiora. I mean, it's still scary, but like you can just play range, and if she ever goes in, it doesn't parry away your first ability. So yeah, it looks like Teemo in the Baron lane. I did not expect this one, TJ. What SD have been so unique with all of their drafts, and that just makes this team so fun to watch.
Yeah, what I teased coming into this. So Teemo's actually pretty good if you can get him an early lead in Wild Rift. The big thing he struggles with, he is very bullyable during the early game, so Fiora should be looking to do that, should be looking to earn a significant advantage, and if you can put Teemo behind, they never really become a threat. The other thing that is a serious factor here is how low HP all of his opponents are, which makes Teemo very fun, and it also makes Fizz very fun.
I will say, I heard from production that there was a misinput for one of the picks or bans. There was some kind of mistake made, so we are going to redraft. It might be the Teemo.
I don't get my Teemo top.
I don't have confirmation of what the mistake was. All I heard was that there was a mistake in the draft, and we are going to redraft. The team that made the mistake asked if they could, and the other team said, yes, that is all right. So my guess is it's the Teemo, just because we do not see a lot of Teemo in competitive. What if it was the Ashe? What if it was like the Ashe that they liked? I was going to talk about that. I was like, too young finally.
I can tell you what the mistake in the draft was. Gragas, not very good as a support man. You should be drafting something tankier.
Okay. So. I still, if we're putting money on it, probably the team. I would love to see it, though. I mean, that would be hilarious, because I was starting to think, like, okay, Teemo and Wild Rift, like, I've played this champion, like, twice myself, but it's a little different from its League of Legends.
Have you really?
I have, yes.
Are you a Teemo enjoyer?
I do like him. I don't like him as much in Wild Rift. Like, they gave power to other parts of his kit. Now having his passive beyond the damage, he has the roll, the camouflage while you're moving, like those are cool. But the most fun part about Teemo is your shrooms, like dropping a shroom and running away. And the fact that if they have any kind of mobility and they can get out of it, it just doesn't do as much damage. It doesn't feel as good. So I don't really
like. My only experience with Teemos is playing against them or with them, and against them the shroom isn't really that big a problem because I'm either playing mid or I like to play tanky or supportive characters. So if I'm playing mid, then I'm behind the entire team and I don't step on any mushrooms. And if I'm playing support, then I can take the hit.
Yeah.
But I do really like when there's a Teemo on my team and I can just watch the enemy player walk into just a crop of mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
Just 1, 2, 3, he's gone.
That's the fun part about the champion, right? Is you just set that trap. He's like one of the weirdest zone control champion designs, because you have to be there preemptively to control the zone. But if you can set up your shrooms, say, a minute before a dragon comes in, and then everybody runs at the dragon, and they're just walking through a minefield, it's very frustrating to play into. He's all about thinking like a minute ahead of time as a champion, which is kind of unique.
I don't like how production waited until we were talking about how much we like Teemo to fly our Twitter accounts, but...
Yeah, if you're curious about the people that are trying to sell you on Teemo in a competitive game right now, this is how you can find us. Let us know your thoughts on Teemo, whether in the mid lane, whether in the Baron lane. I would love to hear.
Tell me anything.
I would love to hear. Yeah. He is really good at wave clear, surprisingly, with the shrooms. That is the one better thing on Wild Rift Teemo than League of Legends. But I'm not talking about that, because, again, with the pick and ban being reset, I doubt that we're going to get to see it. And I don't know if we'll actually get a pick at the pick and ban as it goes through. They might just fly it once it's completed. So with that in mind, just a reminder, 1-1 on the scoreboard right now. If you're for some reason just joining us, final game of the day, and it will all come down to this final performance between these two teams. So yeah, I think that they'll want to bring their A games to this one, and the best drafts possible.
Yeah, this is an elimination game. The winner does go on to tomorrow, where they will be 1 game away from the major. So it does matter quite a lot to these two teams. There is, of course, the second qualifier, or 2 games away from the major, because you need to make the finals.
Yeah,
this time around.
Yeah, we'll get confirmation on that one. But of course, we do finally have the catch-up of pick and ban. Okay, so it looks like everything's correct up until the team. And it's Wukong instead.
Literally
okay.
Fuming. I am so upset.
So Wukong into Fiora, I think this could still work. I do actually still like this. I feel like Wukong can deal with the trading patterns of Fiora pretty well. We'll not be able to match the later games like split push of the Fiora, but in the laning phase, it makes sense to me.
So this Gragas, interestingly enough, is either jungle or mid or top, I suppose. But I'm going to assume
it could be jungle Fiora, actually. Yeah, no, we haven't seen jungle Fiora pop up. So
jungle Fiora does work. I'm going to assume it's Gragas jungle top Fiora, but that is a kind of interesting element to add to the mix when we're talking through all this.
I Don't Hurt Me still committing to the Ashe. Okay, I do like this Ashe pick finally. I've been surprised that nobody's been playing it here so far.
Okay, well, here's where that thought is going. I do really like Ashe. I don't like Rakan Ashe. I think Rakan is actually a very bad pairing with Ashe, because Ashe is very low mobility, and so Rakan will go in, land the charms, and what does the Ashe do? She can't speed up and get in range to land damage.
Or a volley, you know? That's it.
It's got a short bow. Not like a short bow, but like a short bow. It doesn't reach very far.
The one thing I'll say, maybe not necessarily in the 2v2, I don't think that you draft this to win the 2v2, because Lucian Nami is very tough to beat regardless. This is fantastic setup for late game picks. If you can get out of laning phase, Ashe Arrow can set up, Rakan can then go in, and it is the Gragas in the Baron lane with the Fiora in the jungle, TJ.
That's exciting. I think jungle Fiora is good. I don't know, I'd prefer a Braum. Give me a Braum. That's all I'm asking. Give me a Braum match.
I would like Braum into this too, yeah, especially because it's just another big tanky frontline that can try and block the Fizz ults, because right now Fizz, I guess Fiora can parry it, so that's pretty easy to land if you can time it correctly, but like other than that, they're squishy.
Yeah, and that's why you want a Braum or an Alistar maybe in this composition, because then you can win the 2v2, and arguably more importantly, then you have the tools to stop the Fizz from just jumping on your carry, which is what's going to happen if Mula Vibes gets this slightest bit of gold, and they are very likely to get this slightest bit of gold, because they're in lane versus a Brand, which is very favorable.
It'll all come down to execution yet again, though. We do keep saying that, but especially with these two teams, it feels like that is the name of the game. Yeah, I haven't seen Brand played much in the mid lane. Usually I see it in the Dragon lane, but speaking of Dragon lane, Nevermind takes a pretty rough trade here to start off. So I Don't Hurt Me, nice to get that chunk. Ooh, but he takes a couple autos on the way out.
Yeah, you can see I Don't Hurt Me waiting on the engage till Too Young is in range properly. It's going to be very difficult to repeat, but when they can do it, it does yield good damage out of the Ashe. Anytime someone is CC'd within the Ashe's range, she's just going to dump damage out.
But with Nami, can keep the Lucian pretty well topped off there, and at the end of the day, I Don't Hurt Me will actually be behind in the health trade. Might deter him from going in for another aggressive trade, unless maybe a jungler or somebody else comes by, but I don't see Fiora as being like the jungler that will save this lane if things are going poorly for him.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I do think overall, though, 16-bit Genesis have a weaker draft because of the interaction with their front lines. They don't have either CC or tank, really, and the Gragas provides a little of both, but it's not a... Oh dear. We're fine. It's not an unbeatable, like, draft advantage, but I think Fizz, Xin Zhao, Lucian, Nami all thrive against low HP targets, and there isn't really anything to prevent that. So, if any of these characters on 1SD start rolling, start building a gold advantage, then it's going to be very hard for 16-bit to keep their Ashe alive, to keep their Brand alive, and that is where most of their damage is.
And individual performers sometimes is easier to pull off than something like a team combo, and they have a lot of people that can just take this game by storm individually on their own. Speaking of, Ula Vibes committing for the first blood.
And that's one of those Mula vibes take over the game performances that I wanted to see.
You import, he's here. Underneath the turret, Ken flashing. Okay! Execution, and Ken gets another kill. Alright, well, don't gank a level 5 Wukong. I guess that is the name of the game.
What a disaster! They didn't have the damage to properly finish that kill, but EU Import needed to leave. He died with Flash still up. He died with Smite still up. Smite a minion. Live a little.
Or at least, I don't know. That's a rough position. That's a rough way to start the game. I mean, at least EU Import was an execute, so there's only 1 kill credit over to Ken, as you see on the scoreboard, but that is not how you want to start off the game, as PyPy actually doesn't even get that big of a lead because of it. I'm surprised that the Xin Zhao isn't further ahead in camp clears or anything.
Yeah, Xin Zhao, not a power farmer, typically does want to be ganking at this stage, so it is a limited advantage, but Fiora, as a counterpoint, does have a somewhat slow clear to start the game, so it's going to be almost doubly effective. I also think that they need to be earning an advantage specifically in the top lane. They need this Gragas to be out ahead if they want to have anything that can either engage or be a frontline during these mid-phase fights. And we've already seen Mula vibes demonstrate that this is going to be one of those games where they're going for big plays. That's really scary if you don't have a Gragas who can take that hit.
Alternatively, you can still look for the picks, you can still look for the Ash arrows, which is off cooldown right now, but the resets come through right as objectives spawn, and it will just be traded. 16-bit. They know the dragon's taken because of the hawk shot. Instead, they focus on the Herald, but actually, they were on the Scuttle. I thought that they were on the Herald, but with picture-in-picture, they're only just now starting it. Oh, no, never. Okay, they must have had both going.
Multitasking. Yeah. Somewhat inefficient, given that the Scuttle Crab isn't nearly as important as the Rift Herald, but
you know what is important? Getting a couple kills. Maybe in the mid lane we could see one as I Don't Hurt Me hit by Chum the Waters. Mulan vibes. Not hard committing for that one, but still objectives traded, but never mind. Alone in this bottom lane the whole time. Gets a plate. Well, they go for a dive.
Oh, he's dead.
No Chum the Waters, though. And, oh, I Don't Hurt Me was actually sniffing it out. The bubble lands. A lot of damage traded back, though. Mula Vibes probably wants to get out of this one. The Herald's dropped mid. Yeah, nice from 16-bit. They just go for the counterplay.
Really well played.
PyPy will pick up the Rift Herald. Oh, Dawn goes for the re-engage. Mula Vibes goes way too far forward with Sui. They have to flash away, but they still live. Maybe they can turn it now. I Don't Hurt Me with another re-engage, and Dawn will pick up the kill through the Ignite. Still trying to be that front line. Mula Vibes will assassinate I Don't Hurt Me. It's jungler for support traded.
A positive trade there for 16-bit Genesis, especially as they stuff so much time. Pyroclasm!
They can't get away from good old Flash Ultimate, everybody. That's how you play some Wild Rift.
Lag delivering an even more positive trade for 16-bit Genesis.
As we get another look at this fight here. Yeah, I mean, it was scrappy. You see all the CCs layered on top of each other, but I'm just amazed that Sui got out there, as well as Mula Vibes. The Playful Trickster keeping Fizz alive for a very long time. Baited some of the cooldowns used from 16-bit.
So, fun fact about the Fizz that's going to become important, but I don't know if everyone playing in my Wild Rift games at least knows it, is that the Chum the Waters, the big ultimate, puts a mark on somebody and then pops, a big shark comes out. It does more damage the further you travel away from Fizz. So, Mula Vibes wants to put it on characters that have no choice but to run away from him. So its ideal use is in parts of the game where there aren't enough cooldowns to stop him from engaging, and the person who gets tagged by it has to retreat away, has to run away.
Now underneath this Dragon Lane turret, they're taking some damage. Ash Arrow lands! And that means Lag can pick up a kill. Chum the Waters misses. Lag with Pyroclasm, but never mind, flashes away. There's nowhere for that to bounce onto. 1-for-1 trade.
Good trade out from Lag, because he was basically 100% dead. But he's able to get something out of it. First turret will fall during that time, though. A decent chunk of gold for that bonus will pass back over to 1SD. and it's the players that really want it. It's the carries that you really need to accelerate ahead. Mula Vibes getting awfully big, completing his big second item spike with the Lich Bane. That now means that Mula Vibes can basically one-shot anyone or one combo anyone on the 16-bit Genesis team. If they want to win this game, they're going to have to stop that. They're going to need to shut down Mula Vibes.
Currently matched by EU Import on the Fiora here, going for the split push jungle. Ooh, and just smites away the scuttle there. Nicely done. Fizz, thank you for the leash. The Fiora and the Fizz are currently matched for gold currently. I don't believe that EU Import is back to spend all of that, and with objectives coming up, you want EU Import to do that here quickly.
So, mid lane wave clear is just going to get shoved in by lag. This is one advantage of having the Brand and the Ashe on your team. You're never going to suffer for wave clear. And that will give them a little bit of priority, a little bit of advantaged control over where this Infernal Drake is spawning. Nobody's going to be terribly concerned with the Rift Herald when an Infernal Drake is on the board. And so that's what we'll fight for. Watch Mula Vibes in these fights, watch his targets, and watch if he's stunned.
Watch the Ashe arrow, though, immediately onto Xinjiao, and he's just taken out of the fight. Pyroclasm doing massive damage as EU Import went for the flank. Mula Vibes cannot get enough done, and neither can Ken. That is just massive team fight performance from 16-bit here. So we had Nevermind still up, though Nevermind's actually like full health right here. Might be able to do something. Looking for the damage. Chasing down, has the Nami behind him. He feels very empowered right now, but that is Dragon secured by EU Import.
Really well played by Lag. Him and Dawn forming a really deadly frontline in that fight. Just being able to output so much damage. Lag and his Pyroclasm bounced off so many targets during that fight that he's able to get max stack on almost anyone, deleting the lower HP targets on the opposite side, and they do almost kill him. Mula Vibes does almost reach him, but can't complete the kill.
Now the Herald's taken. Another Ashe arrow lands. We could be taken out of the fight immediately. That's the Nami down as Fiora chases it. That's one kill. Looking for more. Bipie looking to escape here. Now comes Nevermind, jumping forward on the Lucian. Very aggressive. GA almost popped here for Ken. Jump the Waters lands, but it's not enough for a kill. Ken goes into the GA. As now Nevermind walks forward, but that's Pyroclasm. That's Brand passive. Does a lot of damage. The burn. Mula Vibes taking it out. A killing spree for Lag.
He killed his teammate.
Oh, that's so tragic.
What a disaster, Mula Vibes. Ooh. Team killed there.
Bipie once more. The bubble misses. And now the Ashe arrow's back up. So 16-bit just gifted 2 more kills. Bipie was trying to contest for just the chickens, and now they're going to lose Ken. They're going to lose mid-turret. The game's just falling apart. 1SD have over-contested.
1SD keep walking into these 1v5s, these 2v5s, and 16-bit Genesis are taking them quite happily. Their damage output is good enough now that it's going to be very difficult to reach the back line without just being detonated.
A 2,000 gold advantage just ballooned into a 7,000, but EU Import to stay too long. Pops the parry, Mula Vibes, has jumped the Waters, doesn't need it because the culling comes through as Nevermind picks up the kill. So EU Import staying way too long is punished, but still, gold lead, massive for 16-bit.
And 1SD are at a point here where they don't want to take 5v5s, they want to find isolated players where they can deliver the assassinations that they do still have in their kit, where Nevermind can burn somebody down, where Mula Vibes can just one-combo somebody. And if they can find those fights, it's doable. They definitely don't want to be 5v5ing right now.
On chunked pretty low. Ashe arrow comes in for assistance, but I don't believe this... Okay, I don't hurt me. I guess just wants to prove me wrong in that exact instance, but yeah, no hard committal follow-up right there. TJ, this game could not be more stressful right now. I mean, 1SD are on the verge of just giving everything away, but they actually catch a mistimed reset just barely. Dawn under the turret. The last couple takes of that culling will find a kill, and that's a shutdown over to Nevermind.
Really good play there, recognizing that they have a frame to work with almost, where it will be a 1v4. And they find exactly what I was asking for, a 1v4 they can take advantage of.
Ashe arrow, and just blown up! Nevermind, deleted!
Mula.
Not even part of the equation. Now Mula, watch for the Fizz, looks at EU Import. Bypie's here too, but can chase down. EU Import on the Fiora is just unmatchable! Does the damage, surviving for so long, even gets the Honey Fruit for the double kill. That's 3 picked up, 30 seconds till the Dragon and 16-Bit are looking to put the final touches on this game.
And Mula Vibes doesn't slow down to support his teammate. I think they really could have gotten the kill there, but he doesn't stay. He's too worried about the rotate into the fight, and he disengages, and 16-Bit Genesis, as a result, get a series of isolated fights yet again, a series of advantaged fights yet again, where they know they have player advantage, where they know they have HP advantage, and they can just roll through 1v4 at a time.
The Rift Herald will auto-spawn in the base, pushing through the Baron lane, as no turrets have been taken there yet. 1SD, tournament lives on the line here, hoping to continue into tomorrow's game. 16-Bit feeling the same. Dragons up, arrow lands, engaged through. All members focus on the Bypie, but it's the Zinj now. He's able to ult. He can self-heal. Now look, he jumped the waters after too young. The Ashe is going to go down off screen. That is worth it for 1SD. Now Nevermind can just run around in this fight with relative impunity. But the explosive cast, it works. Nami's down. Nevermind's got the damage. Can he do enough, though? Triple kill to EU Import. The quadra kill on the Fiora! Dominating the fight right now, and it's only Ken left alive. He runs all the way back, but EU Import wants this. The Penta, is it possible? Ken, he throws out the clone. He's trying to get the damage in. Dawn's not doing anything. Penta kill to EU Import.
Hi, Rift Herald.
Such a dramatic drop in energy right there, but the Herald is noticed at the end. What a team fight for this Fiora, just running through it.
Yeah, and lag as well in that fight. You called out Dawn's explosive cast, which was perfectly timed to turn what was a dangerous team fight. Also, lag. There's 2 carries on the 16-Bit Genesis team, and 16-Bit Genesis are built around lag on the brand this game. They leave Too Young kind of out to dry, which does result in Too Young falling in that fight, but the brand can carry.
Pyroclasm does a lot of damage, and then the Fiora can clean it up. This nets the fight win. This nets the Baron. 16-Bit, they're right on the verge. They're right on the precipice of closing this one out. And, I mean, not many players can say that they've gotten a pentakill in a professional game, but EU Import can. That was great. That was fantastic. I'm happy that we got to close out the day with that one, as now it's just desperate plays from 1SD, trying to find picks, trying to find any way to get isolated members, but these members ain't isolated. That means that 1SD have to retreat.
Yeah, really well played by 16-Bit in the latter half of this game to avoid those 1v1s that could be turned. And it does feel like at this point they have enough damage, and we talk a lot about damage scaling, also HP scaling. Look at how beefy this Rakan is at this point. So it's almost impossible for Mula Vibes and Nevermind to just burn through the front line, despite them not having any traditional tanks.
I like that the Rakan build is now tank, as a lot of damage traded. That Stasis from lag. Oh, Nevermind jumps forward, gets a flash, but oh! The burn damage from lag, and the Pyroclasm is enough to kill off Ken. Now into the turret. What turret? It's down, as Bypie also picked up here. Focus on the objectives. You have the Baron buff. 16-Bit can just walk these minions forward. Nevermind and Mula Vibes. Oh, Mula Vibes throws out the jump the waters. It hits EU Import, so he takes that back to base with him. As 16-Bit will actually back off. I imagine EU Import's teleporting. Yeah, they still want this. Supers are pushing in the mid wave. Baron and powered cannons. EU Import goes forward. Charm lands. Hard focus. Nevermind. And the Lucian's just out of it. 16-Bit Gambit with the 2-1 finish will qualify for day 2.
What a performance. 16-Bit Genesis delivering a return to form after a somewhat shaky performance in the last qualifier. They managed to claw their way out of the groups. They're going to have a shot at the Major 2 slots tomorrow.
Big performance coming in from this team. They had to work for it in a 3-game series, but they found it at the end right there. And, TJ, now we have the difficult decision of who is star player. for Game 3. Is it that difficult, though? Let's play the game.
I feel like it's lag.
3. Oh, lag? You're not going to give it to the guy that got a pentakill.
Show me the damage numbers.
Come on,
that's pretty good.
TJ. Come on. It's got to be EU Import. You can't get a pentakill and top the damage charts and not get star player.
I really liked Lag's performance that game. Me and Julian Pastry Time were talking about this. We have the star player, obviously the planetary player, as somebody who would have gotten the star player. And I give the planetary award for this game over to Lag.
Yeah.
But the bigger award, the larger celestial body, the star player, 100% with you, to that Fiora in the jungle.
As, of course, at the end of the day, the planet just orbits around that. Although it did feel like it was the other way around. It was Lag kind of setting up the damage in the fights, and then EU Import coming in and cleaning them up. But still, numbers don't lie in at the end there. Getting a pentakill in Game 3, getting your team into Day 2. I think 16-bit can feel really good about that one. Yeah, I mean, again, their opposition was tough, but they showed up. And not necessarily in like the easiest series here. I don't want to say that they like made quick work of their opposition by any means, but in their wins they looked really clean.
Yeah, I think that parts of this look really good. Parts of it are definitely still things that need to be cleaned up. It's very obvious, as it is with almost all of the teams we've seen here today, that 16-bit Genesis have some incredible players on their team. Where I think things are a little bit shakier for me is like drafting. I don't really like this draft in game number 3. But when we see things like this activated by the characters, by the players that this draft is for, it makes sense. Because you're not, at this point, drafting in a blank room purely on paper, what's the best possible draft. You're drafting what are the picks that our players can play in game 3 with their tournament lives on the line. And the answer is this. The answer is the Rakan. The answer is the flash forward engage brand. The answer is the Ashe, who, this was a tremendous Ashe game. I hope people are taking notice. All the things that people are looking for, like the Twisted Fate AD carry to do, Ashe just does. Constant stuns anywhere on the map, can be a utility source anywhere on the map, and can dump out damage in team fights.
They were such long-range arrows, too. Too young, setting up a lot of those picks. Mid and late game as we get a look at the final fight here. Essentially, this dragon, that explosive gas from Dawn right there turns it, because now Nevermind doesn't have the Nami on him anymore, so he's kind of in this do or die situation without the extra damage passive from the Nami, and then of course the pentakill from EU Import to close it out. We won't get a final look at that, unfortunately, but still, congratulations to the Fiora. Very impressive.
The point of having a pentakill if we don't put it in the replay pack.
Right? Can't believe it. But yeah, we just need to look at that explosive cast. That was
Producer Joseph.
You're calling him out by name. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, TJ. All right. But hey, I mean, that is it. EU Import picking up star player with a 10-2-6 record and even 1K gold per minute. That's clutch.
Yeah, no, a really good performance by EU Import. And where it needed to be as well. You see that kill participation a little bit weaker. That's because the early game from Fiora is turbo farming. The early game from Fiora is about finding as much gold as possible so that you can deliver it as this jungle Fiora in the late game with the team fight wins. And they managed to provide not only the damage, but also the front line in those late game team fights.
And again, the parry being used very effectively, dodging out a lot of the fizz damage, things of that sort. So, but with that said, TJ, we already knew going into that game that was going to be it for the day. So, to catch everybody up on the action. Oh, Family and Simpletons are still going. I thought we had a long series.
Family and Simpletons are still playing, and I believe we also have 2 Game 3s ongoing across the board. So we've got in the other group some Game 3s ongoing.
Pretty exciting.
But Cloud9 and Suzaku make it out of that other group.
Awesome to see Suzaku. They're kind of a mainstay as of late through a lot of the Fight Night tournaments and then also some of the other community events going on. So happy to have them qualifying for day 2 as well, getting out of their group. And Sleeping on Us and BYG are still going.
Yawn is expected to be one of the teams out of this tournament. They're like one of the favorites here. So to see them not only leaving groups maybe in the second slot, but maybe not leaving groups at all is really exciting. Really interesting stuff happening there in that final group.
Yeah, and of course, I wish we knew. I thought that with a 3-game series, we would have known by the end of it. But, of course, make sure you're checking out the Twitter because we'll have all these standings updated there. But we'll also take a look at the bracket for tomorrow. This is what we have so far. So kicking off today, TCB versus 16-Bit, Demon versus Suzaku, and then Cloud9 waiting their opponent, and Saints waiting theirs.
Love to see TBDs on the bracket. Any
right?
day where there's a TBD on the bracket, I'm having a good day.
It just means that we chose...
That's what TBD actually stands for. TBD stands for TJ's Big Day.
Oh! I never thought of it that way. Huh. Interesting enough. But I remind you that you can also follow the Giant Slayer Twitter account, so that way you can get updates on what's happening with the rest of the teams going on, because, of course, we'll have a tweet going out of qualified in and whatnot. But there we go, TJ. Day one of the qualifier in the books. What was her name again?
Her name is Miss Mary, and she is behaving quite well right now, but she has been kind of being a nuisance over the course of the broadcast. She keeps jumping up into my lap every time I sit down, and I eventually gave up on standing up to cast because she kept being such a pain every time I tried to stand up.
Well, we're going to play a new game then, TJ. Miss Mary, I'm going to ask her a couple questions, okay? Can you interpret for me? Can you, like, tell what her answers
She's
are?
going to give you nothing. She has never once cooperated with anything I've ever done.
All right. Well, let's see if she cooperates with this. Of the teams that we saw so far, who's your big front runner going into tomorrow as, like, the team to beat that we saw on stream so far?
She wants to leave.
She wants to leave. Miss Mary, please. Miss Mary, I need your insight onto these games that we just
It's
saw.
not going to happen.
No, she's
completely
No, we even changed your title, TJ. We need her back.
She's leaving as we speak.
Can't believe you. Can't believe this. First, you force her to get out of your chair as you're sitting down, and then you kick her off the broadcast as well. All right, then I'll ask you, TJ. I'll ask you, since Miss Mary is gone.
I think I am more of an expert, to be honest.
Fair enough. So, of the teams that performed today, who's impressing you the most?
It's a hard choice because we did have a lot of very close games. I think I'm actually going to go with an odd pick and say that it was Demons that surprised me the most at the very beginning of our day. Because they had some really good performances, particularly from Sumiya in their mid lane.
I agree. I liked Demon's performance. I also just felt that TCB are still a team that I'm keeping my eyes on, because I like them as a team. That was an upset. They're leaving their group feeling confident, and I want to keep my eyes on them because they're my dark horse to take the whole thing potentially as well. I believe that they're up against 16-Bit to start off tomorrow. So again, 16-Bit having a rough series here to close out the day, or maybe not, but a close series to close out the day.
And we didn't get to see Cloud9 today, but they made it out of groups, so they are somewhere in this bracket as well after a disastrous performance last time we saw them on camera. They've got a lot of work to do to kind of regain that top 4 status.
Cloud9 is a team that is always interesting to follow because it's fantastic having an org like Cloud9 in the Wild Rift scene, but it felt like when they first joined is when they had the biggest impact. And then ever since then, they've been fighting for kind of top 4. But we always like look to them as a team like, okay, when are you going to make that next step? When are you going to make that next push? And it wasn't this last major, but of course here, hopefully they can turn things around for the second major, because teams like Enemy, teams like Sentinels have been stepping it up as of late. Even Family, they're rivals now in this tournament itself. If they get a chance to go up against them tomorrow, that'll be very exciting. But TJ, that's it for today. Of course, we'll have to wait until tomorrow until we know the rest of the teams that are playing. So thank you for casting some games with me today. This was fun. I feel like it didn't completely burn down.
Yeah, we gotta come back tomorrow, hopefully. So it should be a really fun conclusion to this bracket. We've seen a lot of really tight competition, multiple 3-game threes to decide who gets out of groups, and we've got all these exciting leads coming into tomorrow when the dreams will be ruined, when people will wake up suddenly and realize they're not going to the major at least until the second qualifier. Yeah. That's when I thrive.
They get a Sunday off. This Sunday off.
True.
Okay.
Well, they get the second half of their Sunday off.
I also like how you said that, hopefully, things will continue tomorrow. As if,
we haven't talked to our producers yet. This might be it. Yeah. I might be axed immediately.
We can't put them together anymore. They're too chaotic. The energy's too evil. But thank you to everybody in production, speaking of, for keeping the gears rolling. Thank you to everybody in Twitch chat for keeping along with the action and being so enthusiastic as you always are. And a special thank you to all the players who put on this performance every single show. We couldn't have this show if it weren't for the players competing. We'll be back tomorrow for the conclusion of the first qualifier leading in to the second major. See you there.